All right. Well, let's get started then. Let's get started. Um, yeah. Welcome everybody to another session of Adventures in Loxos. Thank you, them old school gamers, for joining me again. I am humbled that you all would have me as your DM.
Ooh.
I know it sounds like I'm reading something, but I'm not. I swear I'm not. I just never know how
If,
to.
if you were reading something, we would think you had a mental disability.
Man, I really don't know how to open these things up ever. I never know how to start these sessions. Every
You open
single
it
one
like a
of
box of chocolate.
every single one of our sessions has a different intro. Um, so yeah, let's. I forgot. Do I go through the
Yes,
roll call
introduction first.
first? Roll call first and then the intro, right? Right? That's how we do it. Okay, so
I can't stand
starting
you.
at the starting at the top of the
Taking
page.
my ball and going home.
Starting at the top, we have AGTX,
No, fucking do it.
the Dragons.
What the fuck was that? this motherfucker went up. Like till they lost the shit.
Yes,
The fuck?
I was fighting back a laugh because you're like, don't you freaking do it! Don't you freaking do it! The dragons.
The motherfucker's turret kicked in and shit.
Yeah. Don't talk about total. Um and he will be playing the human slayer / dragon shaman. Shaman. How you doing tonight, you?
It gets old every time.
It gets old every time. It ain't getting new. It ain't the ghost of Pussy Past.
Bro, but it is! It is the ghost of Pussy Past! That's the problem! Somebody save me! I'm not safe here.
Underneath of him, we have
Oh,
Kassid.
don't say it like that.
Well, underneath his name, we have Kassid 69,
Oh, shit.
and she will
Yeah.
be. I swear she waits till I start to talk, and then she.
I
does
don't. I
that.
just am like, should I do it now? And then I'm like, okay, do it now. And then it's always too late.
And she will be playing Agaricus, the Mycetid, which is a mushroom.
I'm sorry.
Why are you interrupting me now?
Best thing to do.
She will be playing the Mycetid Pion Mender. Uh, Basically, lizard folk. She will be playing something like that, only it is a mushroom folk, if you're not familiar with what a mycetid is. Basically, they're just humanoid fungi. And a Pion Mender is a all-around utility kind of character. Healings, buffs. He could do some damage, though. He did some damage last session. You completely knocked that
Yeah.
dude's block right off. He was like, what happened?
Gonna do it again.
Next, we have Icy Hot _2305. And he will be playing Zoltan Heisenberg, the half drow, deep druid. That's not your grandma's druid. He doesn't get his powers from. I think I learned the expression finally.
Did you?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's what I'm going with. It's not your grandpa's druid, not your daddy's druid. He
Daddy.
a deep druid isn't like a regular druid. They don't get their powers from like the forests or the plains of rolling fields and or even the ocean. Really, he gets his druidic abilities from the deep places.
Oh, yeah.
Underground, caves, mountains, places like that,
My ex-wife.
Shut up. He gets them from the deeper places, the deep regions. The cockles, if you will.
The cockles.
How you doing tonight, Zoltan?
He's died.
And
Good
he's
job.
dead.
Downright spiffy.
Do what?
Downright spiffy.
Downright spiffy. You had kind of a tough session last session, didn't you? You're currently your constitution is currently pretty wrecked right now.
7 points away from death.
Yeah. Huh. Yep.
You're fine.
Yeah. Then I'm like, yep. Then we have
You've got 7 more. It's fine.
then we have Ness, or you might also know him as Android, who will
Correct.
be correct. Who will be playing the half wood elf, Lord Android Farizon, I should put it. He is a I always almost say cleric, but he's not a cleric. He's a bard / paladin, which our paladin works a little differently. We get it from the 3.5 Unearthed Arcana book, where they treat a paladin like a prestige class, which means it's not just like a regular paladin. No, he's got like a PhD, a paladin HD. I don't really know what HD stands for, but
I do, but I'm not gonna say it.
He's paladin high definition. Plus he gets from the Exalted Deeds book, he's also got the template of saint. So he is a saint of Corlon Lorethian. That about covers it? That about covers it, you
And
guys?
I got a manner, bitch.
Oh, and he's got a manor. Yes, they are all
To be fair,
they're all lords and lords, really. Lords and lady lords. And
we have a female.
well, I mean, Agaragis is neither male nor female. They are completely what they are.
They're a duke.
Yeah.
Righty.
You can be a duke, a kick-ass duke. But yes, so yeah. Now that we've done that, thank you, all you Golden Wonders out there who are joining us for yet another session. And let's get into the intro, shall we? Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. And we're back.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
We could do it without you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm pretty sure I misheard that. Anyways, yeah. So, as a brief recap, Agaragis, you got left down at the farm. Down on the farm, sneaking around. But you got caught almost instantly. You got
Get a lot of peaches.
yeah, you got up. Oh yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
peaches for free.
Yep.
You instantly got caught, but you did an exceptional, and I will say an exceptional job at dodging Laoshin, the dragoon, as he swooped around trying to like snatch you up, much like an eagle does a field mouse. You were that one field mouse who was defiant. A very defiant little field mouse, I guess. And
Better than the rest.
better than the rest, yes. Okay, so we're gonna get off on a side tangent, but my uncle.
Oh, baby Jesus.
My uncle used to have a T-shirt that had an eagle swooping down like it was gonna snatch this mouse up. Like it was all cartoony, right? Like he's going down at like high velocity speeds. His eyes are watering. He's got that grit on his face. He's like, you know what I'm saying? Swooping
No,
down,
do it again.
With his claws all out, his talons are all out, ready to. And then the mouse, it's just a back picture of the mouse, but you could tell it's Mickey Mouse, because of the red shorts and everything. And he's just flipping the eagle, the bird, and the shirt said the final act of defiance, or the last act of defiance. And that's kind of what you did, Agaricus. The reason why I bring this up is because that's really what you did. You never got caught. I mean, you got caught, but you did not get taken. And you used your Spore Blast, which for those of you out there who don't know what a Spore Blast is, it's a homebrew work that we did for Agaricus, where it's basically an Eldritch Blast, only instead of it being, a force, it's spores. And they blasted Laoshin, the Dragoon, which a Dragoon in this campaign is a homebrew race. They're kind of like Dragonborn, only not. They can't use breath weapons, and some games make it to where Dragonborn get wings, some don't. In this, Dragoon can have wings, and then they sometimes don't, and they're a lot more slender and agile than your regular Dragonborn. Plus, they don't come from like the red, blue, green, white chromatic dragons, or the metallic dragons either. They come from a completely different kind of dragon. So they're Dragoon, and they Laoshin tried to snatch you up, and you did not do that, and you blasted him with the Spore Blast, and then you used your key to go into your extra dimensional little alchemy lab to hide. And according to him, you just completely plane jumped. You were just out. And so now the question that his bosses are asking, Nanzi and Aoki, now they're wondering, are you an assassin sent by one of their proprietors? Because apparently they're into some shady business, which that goes back a few sessions, but basically they run a farm that is a distillery for fire wine. And that's what you did. And then you took a nap because you were tired. When you're supposed to be spying on them, you decided to take a nap because that is Agaricus.
I worked hard, man.
That's so Agaricus. We need to just make a little jingle for when Agaricus does these things, so we can just chime in. That's so Agaricus. You Quill. You got through the first round of the Honored Jing Zoo. Now you're going to the second test. You have tested your body. Now it is time to test your mind. Oh no, your soul. Your final test was a fight against what's her name? Say May? Is that her name? How come I can never remember what the names I give people? Tell you what, I just need to quit. I just need to call them like 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
You would fuck that up.
Jacob Jingleheimer.
Yeah, Zanye. Yeah, you fought against Zanye, who at first she was pretty caustic to you, but you guys have warmed up to each other a little bit, and she's actually become an ally to you. Clearly you were somewhat at a disadvantage because you had a rough night from this little assassin thing called the Jade Worm that basically burrows itself into your body and then tries to eat your brain. And it puts you in this, like, basically trapped your inner thoughts into like a dreamlike state, which you fought it off, you kicked it out, you won. But you were clearly at a disadvantage because you had already been through some pretty tough situations, and I'm not gonna say she threw the fight, but she basically, because she mind melded with you and helped you work through some of the things with the Jade Worm, and while she was in there, she learned things about you, and she kind of believes, the way she said it was, she believes in your cause, or at least she believes in the cause of the Inglorious Few. And so she threw the fight. She gave you the fight. But it was so you weren't entirely happy about that, but you're now down to the final four, which is you, your Feng Zhang friend, the panda bear man, Kung Po, the leader of the Jade Mercenaries, Lord Dai Fu, and the Hao, or the monkey folk. But that he's never given you his name, and until now I still won't give you his name. But yeah, you are the final four. Kung Po, you've made pretty good friends with. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like you're kind of warming up to Lord Dai Fu as well, who's been pretty quiet this whole time. I won't say cold, he's just been kind of quiet. It's now the Hao who seems to have a problem with you a little bit. And maybe it's not even just you. Maybe that's just his personality. You don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's not entirely friendly to anybody, it doesn't seem like. And now you're about to go and enter the part of the Jingzhu, which the Honor Jingzhu is a festival that's held every 30 years. I guess I should explain this. Every 30 years, on the continent of Pengshun, all the shogunates come together, all the tribes, all the mercenary groups come together in the land of the Dragoon, the shogunate of the Dragoon, to have this festival where it's kind of like a ceasefire. And it's called the Jingzhu, the Honorable Jingzhu. Every year they hold a tournament where a few are chosen. Those are the honored chosen, and they compete for the ultimate prize. What that prize is, so far, supposedly there's 3, but as far as you know, usually only one prize has ever been chosen, and that is that the ancients, supposedly that there's actual dragons here in these lands, but they're known as the ancients, supposedly will give you a breath weapon as a prize. At least that's the only prize you've known anybody have taken. What the other 2 are, you don't know. And
Real
now
quick.
Yeah?
Android, there's a random dog in our backyard with our dogs, so he's having to take care of that real quick.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I don't know how it got back there.
Well, is it mean? Is it a mean dog?
And it's like a little terrier. They seem nice. They're very. I looked outside and I let the girls out like a few minutes ago, so they've been out there with it for a minute, just barking.
Okay, well,
They're like, intruder!
since we've got to wait and let Android come back, anyways, I guess this will give me a moment to tell the audience, do a little bit more backstory for what's going on with the audience, so they can catch up. Feel free to always go back to some of our previous sessions and listen to those if you wish. But Pengshun is a continent that these guys, which the group name is the Inglorious Few. The Inglorious Few aren't originally from this continent, and honestly, other than Android, really none of the Inglorious Few are from the continent that Android comes from is Siren, and that's normally where we play, where these guys venture forth and deal justice. But they have gone to a foreign land, and that's kind of a long story as to why they're there. But other than Android, none of them are originally from Siren either. Zoltan and Agaragis are from the Underworld, which is like the Underdark, only a less magic-y wagic-y, you know? A lot less world warping. Well, because you know the Underdark can... And the Underworld can do this too, but the Underdark is just crazy in regular D&D. But yeah, basically the Underworld is our version of the Underdark, and that's where Agaragis and Zoltan are originally from. And Uquil is originally from the continent of Orkamina, from the country of Andes Dulai. But they've all made their home in Siren. I guess the country you guys would have their official base is in the nation of Whitesword, and because that's where Android's manor is, and that's basically your guys' base. But they've just recently gotten this base. They've pretty much been kind of homeless for a while. Well,
our career. Up to that point.
Yeah, and to be fair, Uquil also owns a farm in Whitesword too, or his mother did. So there's that too. You guys could say that that was kind of like a minor base of operations, but you guys have only been there like what, twice so far, as well. So,
Give or take.
yeah, but you guys are here, so that's why they're in this foreign land. So everybody here doesn't really know who the Inglorious Few are. They don't have a lot of renown, and they are trying to, while Uquil has entered the Honored Jingzhu as one of the Honored Chosen, as a representative of the Dragoon, because he's the chosen one, Android, Agaragis, and Zoltan are all currently trying to figure out a plot, an assassination plot, against the Dragoon's High Shaman, Mazaru. And that's where we pick up with Android, Zoltan. You guys, on this brief recap that wasn't very brief, you guys have discovered a dead drop out on these hidden docks, just a little ways outside of the Forgotten City, which is the capital city of the Dragoon Shogunate. There was a hidden dock out there with a storage house, you know, what do you call that?
Like a pier?
Well, no, not a pier, like a house. I mean, it's not even a house. It's
like the warehouse?
Yeah, warehouse. That's the word I'm looking for. Warehouse. That's a good word. Yeah, you guys found a warehouse out there where you think that might be where they were harvesting the nightmare, the Kuatoa nightmare acid. But something came through and killed. Well, you know who did that. That was Elsa before she disappeared. Which I guess I'll say this now. Elsa was one of our players as well, but they had to bow out, so they're gone now. But while you guys were investigating that, you discovered a dead drop out on the pier, out on the docks. It's a dead drop that seems to be bottles that look like they're full of fire wine, but they're not. They're full of the mash from when you're distilling it. And you know that this mash can be used as a component for Wujin sorcery, or dark sorcery, as it were. While you guys were out there, you were beginning to take the bottles when, because your idea was, we can trade these to the crone for more information. But while you're out there, you guys were accosted by a dragoon by the name of Mr. Bloom that you have discovered. And apparently he works for a group known as the Underbelly, who is ran by Boss Kappa. Basically, organized crime, if you will. And your friend, what's his name? I forgot his name now. Loudy, yeah. The detective who's assisting you guys in the investigation, Loudy, might have ran his mouth a little bit, and the second Mr. Bloom realized Loudy was unofficial, a fight ensued, and you guys are now fighting Mr. Bloom. And that's actually where we're gonna pick up right now. So just to recap it a little bit even more, you guys are out on this dock. This dock goes out into the waters a ways, and it tees off. Android, you are on the left-hand side of that tee, right? Hiding in the crates, playing your music.
Right.
You've got your bardic inspiration going, plus you've got out your Bard's Charm, which is doing the tuna battle, which I almost forgot, because the Bard's Charm is doing the tuna battle. You're getting the tuna battle as well, bonus. Loudy and Zoltan are not on the tee, they're on the straightaway of the dock towards the shore. They are covered in obscuring mist, but Zoltan, you've got fairy fire on you. That way, Mr. Bloom can actually see you in the obscuring mist. And he gave you a venomous kiss. Right on the mouth. And that's no exaggeration. That's exactly what he did. Because once he realized you could dispel his cherry blossom whirlwind, he was not having that, which hurt your constitution. And that was the final thing he did, and that's where we ended last session. And actually, that picks it up with this round beginning with Android, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Android, it is your turn.
Let me see something real quick.
And we're in the second round of the Bardic Inspiration, if I'm not mistaken. No, it'd be the third round. No, it'd be the second round. It is the second round. This is going to be the third round. After this turn of yours, that's 3 rounds.
Fuck me.
What's up?
I really don't have much to do, or much that I can do about Zoltan's venom.
Oh, yeah.
Man, don't worry about me. If I die, I die. It was well played.
How far away from you would you say he is?
Well, let's see. You can't really see him within the obscuring mist, but it would take you 5, 10, it would take you 15 feet to move into the obscuring mist. Last time you saw him, you would say he's 5, 10, 15, 20. It would have been about 25 feet away from you.
25 feet. Let me see. Okay. In my air guitar sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. It says any musical buffs. So I guess that answers my question, given at the time. Because it says, meaning if playing the tune of battle it's used to attack, then the tune of battle it's cancelled. But the tune of battle is just an example of given, right? That just means that any musical buffs I'm giving will be
Meaning
cancelled.
if playing the tune. Yeah, so yeah, if hit, then it does. But using it to attack cancels any musical buffs being given at the time. Meaning, if playing the tune of battle is used to attack, then yeah. So that wording meaning is as an example. I guess I should have said as an example, but
Yeah, no, you're good. I was just clarifying that, I guess. Let me read something real quick. Okay, yeah. Alright. I am going to move within that 15-foot radius, you know, about that precipice point,
mm-hmm.
and blast my air guitar where I can last guess I saw Homeboy.
Okay, go ahead and what are you trying to blast exactly?
Well, because it has that attack, don't it?
Oh, you're gonna try and attack Mr. Bloom.
Yeah.
Or Mr. Blossom.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I guess it is pretty thick, and I wouldn't be able to see him that
Well,
Maybe-
no, it's not that. You could take the shot, but
Oh,
yeah.
right. Then would have been in my line of shot, huh?
yeah,
I remember that from
the
last
only
time.
the only issue is somebody would definitely that pier is or that dock is big enough for like both Zoltan and Laudi to be standing shoulder to shoulder with each other, meaning one of them is going to be in your way. Now I'll let you try and roll it for like a precise shot, but you're going to have to roll a percentage die. Plus you've got that coverage. You know what I mean? Like you can try it. I'm just going to make you roll a D100 also to see if you hit him, to see if you miss him and altogether, but also to make sure you don't hit Zoltan or Laudi by accident. And actually would, well, I'm not gonna say, because you can't see for sure. I can see it in my mind's eye how they're all standing with one another, but
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
I'm
say.
pretty sure I can too. At least based off of how I last saw them.
And actually, to be fair, no, you would be able to see Zoltan also, because the fairy fire isn't something that only, so you can see Zoltan within that cloud.
Oh, I can see Zoltan.
Yeah,
I
because he
can
put
find
that
where
fairy
Zoltan is.
fire on him. It's not, see, the thing about the fairy fire is it doesn't only project just for Mr. Blossom, it projects for everybody. Even Laudi can see Zoltan. See what I'm saying? Zoltan is the only one in that cloud that you can actually see. So that would give you, that would at least decrease the percentage you'd have to possibly hit Mr. Blossom.
Oh, okay. Well, then if that's the case, then fuck that. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to
Like, you wouldn't have to roll as high to hit him. You see what I'm saying? Because you know where Zoltan is. See what I mean?
So, Zoltan is technically within my movement range then. He's within 30 foot of me.
Yes.
He's like
Yes.
about 25 foot in,
Mm-hmm.
you would say.
From where you are, yeah. 5, 10, 15. 15 will put you on the precipice where you're like half in, half out of the cloud. 15, 20, 25, yeah. Yeah. Zoltan's exactly 30 feet from you, so you'd have to move 25 to get to him. Yes.
Okay, then I am going to try and run in that 25 feet and cast a Cure Serious Wound spell on him.
Ooh. Okay. What do you have to roll for that? How many D8 is that?
It is 3d8 plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 15.
Are you casting it as a bard or as a paladin? I guess as a bard, huh?
As a bard.
So
Yes.
what's the max on that?
The maximum was 15.
15? Oh, so you'd be like what, 3d8 plus 15?
Plus 13.
Plus
because
13.
I'm a 13th level bard.
Okay. Go for it. Now that will stop that'll stop that inspiration though. I think.
Yeah, I know, but they still got the tune battle. They'll be fine.
Okay. You're like, yeah.
Choices have been made.
Choices have been made.
I gotta keep the man alive.
That is true. So 29 points. Okay. So Zoltan, you got 29 hit points back. I don't know what your max HP is right now. Boo, boo.
2.
What is his max HP right now? Oh, he lost that because he loses the inspiration. He loses that extra hit die. That's correct. So his health isn't what it was. But I don't remember what his health was. So
He's like 1 something.
well,
I believe I was only hit by the magic missile.
and the poison. Oh, but the poison just did con
And
damage.
poison just hit me with a -6 temp.
Yeah. I'm kind of trying to scroll through to see what the con damage was. Or not the con damage, but what the magic missile damage was. 28. So you're at 131 now. Take away 28. Now add 29. So you should be completely healed if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you're going to be at 127, I believe, is your max HP right now. Ah, but you took con damage, which would mean that, let's see. Factoring that in.
Too much math for my brain.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. So you're going to be at So you're still at max HP. You're still at max HP, but your max HP right now is 121.
Max, so change that real quick.
Yeah. Oh, you're sitting at,
Alright,
okay,
change that.
you were sitting at 114. Well, that's fine. We'll put you, because you still would have been healed. I see. Okay, so yeah, but you're at 121 now. That's what you're sitting at. So that
For current or max?
you're sitting at your current HP, so put your current HP at 121.
Alright.
Because your max is normally 127, so we don't want to mess with that. Okay?
Alright,
Alright.
I guess.
All right. So there's Android. So Android comes running in and just plays you a little ditty. And what does that look like, Android, when you heal people with your music?
I think it is. It's not terribly reliant on the instrument, but of course, the flair of it is in some degree, like how Android chooses to. I don't know. But
Embellish?
I imagine, yeah, embellished, right. But I imagine it's kind of like it's something that starts at a very low note, and he quickly rides up the scale, like with his violin, it's just like do 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 do, sort of thing.
Mhm.
And there's like a swirl of green light that comes around the violin and transfers over to Zoltan, because technically it's supposed to be a touch thing, but I imagine with the bard it's supposed to come from the music, right?
Right.
So to stay true to that, I ran up close to him to still cast it, but I don't know. for the purpose of flair.
Yeah, it's a short range spell. You have to be right next to him. We can say for those purposes, yeah. So Zoltan, you are engulfed in green light that mirrors musical notes as you are healed, and it just comes from because you're surrounded in this mist. It feels like it just comes from nowhere, but you feel yourself, gain some strength, at least in your health. Your con is still kind of like, ugh, but you feel like you can still continue to press on. As long as you're on your feet, you can fight. No.
I'm still scared.
Yeah. I'm still standing. But behind you though, I guess the indication of it is that directly behind you, you hear some music play, and then suddenly you're healed. So even though you can't see, Android's right behind you. And you can still hear the tune of battle just blasting off.
Sorry to interrupt, but just for consistency's sake, I forgot I wasn't playing the violin, I'm playing the air guitar, so whatever.
Oh, right. Yeah,
well, whatever. Yeah. But I just have to clarify that for my own.
For your own headcanon.
Yeah.
So it sounds instead of it's but it sounds more like classical music, like being played on a guitar. Just yeah. Right. I got you. You still hit every note on the fret. Just yeah. Got you. And that's about all you can do, Android. You moved and you
Yep, that's me. Those are my actions.
All right.
Who's on first? What's on second?
Anyways, no, who was pitching? Yeah, so freaking Loud D, he can't see anything really, but he's gonna just take a swing. Well, he can't even do that, can he? What can Loud D do? What abilities does he have according to him anyways? What is Loud D's
you tell me.
Well, that's
Improved charge.
There is something that because he's more than meets the eye, right?
Well, absolutely.
He's a little something special. Just let me check something with him real fast, because I know he can do a little something. I just don't know
something.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's really anything. I don't know if it's anything that's gonna help him in per se, with. Well, what's this do? Because I'm not entirely sure what. Okay. Okay, well that's not gonna. That would only help if he was the one getting kissed. There's not really a So Loudy's just gonna call out real loud. He's gonna be like, sound off! Because he's in the fog too. He's like, Android!
Yeah.
He's like, oh! And then he sees Zoltan.
Right
so
behind you.
Yeah. He's like, oh! And then he could see Zoltan. So he's gonna be like, Zoltan, are you okay?
No. Yes. I don't know.
He's like, is he in front of you?
Yep.
So he's gonna swing right in front of you, Zoltan. He's just gonna, because he's technically in attack range of that. So he's just gonna swing in front. He's still gonna have to roll a freaking dilly wop, but yeah. Well, that will hit. Oh, well, it'll hit, but let's see. Let's check something here. Let's be fair. Okay, yeah, he hits him. Alright. So he does 15 points of damage off of Mr. Bloom. For his second attack. That is a hit. No, that is a miss. Going for his third attack. What are the odds he can hit that? Nope, that's a miss. So he swings 3 times. Let's see some here. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, doesn't matter. He missed and he can see Zoltan, so why am I wrong? Anyways. Okay. So, he hits Mr. Bloom once, and Mr. Bloom's like, oh no. And then he just starts kind of sidestepping because he can see the rushing of the mist and of the fog, and he's just kind of bouncing around, and the fog is just way too thick for Loudy to get another good clobbering on him. But he did hit him for 15 points. 15 points of damage. Zoltan, it is your turn. Loudy's got this like big old, what looks like kind of like a buster sword that's constantly strapped to his back, and he's finally pulled it out, and he's just swinging for the fences at this point.
Yep. Yep.
And now it's your turn, Zoltan.
Yep. Hold on, I'm checking the spell real quick. Can you look and see what Storm Rage does again? I have a basic knowledge on what it does, but I'm not sure. I remember using it once.
Storm Rage?
Yeah.
It's in the Complete Divine. Druid level.
Okay, so
It's a Druid level 8 standard action, so it's.
Okay.
So it'll take your full. It'll take one standard action to do it, right? You harness the power of wind and storm to move, protect yourself, and attack. You can fly at a speed of 40 feet, and you gain immunity to thrown weapons and projectiles ranged attacks. You are completely unaffected by natural or magical wind, easily able to hold your position and not subject to other adverse effects of extreme wind. Finally, you can discharge a bolt of electricity from your eyes once per round. Your enemy's spell resistance applies to these lightning attacks. Doing this is a standard action that does not provoke an attack of opportunity, has a range of 100 feet, and requires a ranged touch attack. You gain a +3 bonus on attack roll if the opponent is wearing metal armor made out of metal. Well, yeah, metal armor made out of metal, what? Or carrying a lot of metal. You hit the bolt. If you hit, the bolt deals 1d6 points of electricity damage per 2 caster levels. Maximum of 10d6, with no saving throw allowed.
So,
What it'll allow you to do is fly, and you can shoot lightning out of your eyes with it.
okay. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my hourglass.
And go back. All that to the point where he kissed you, right?
Yes, before he kissed me.
Before he kissed you. Okay, so what that's gonna do is that's gonna reset your health to 131. Okay? Go ahead and reset that on your current HP back to that 114. Okay?
Okay.
Huh?
Captain.
Okay. Android, that is going to actually reset you back all the way back to the where you were on the pier, right?
Right.
You are now playing your air guitar. Everybody's got the what you call it?
Buff.
The
from
buff.
my Nordic
Yeah,
music.
inspiration. Yes. Everybody's got that. Loud D's attack. It's like Loud D's attack never happens, so that's gonna return that 15 points of damage back to homeboy. Okay. So Zoltan, you focus your hourglass, right? And basically the second you do that, it's like the hourglass turns. You feel it turn on your chest. Just it pops out like on a mechanical lever or something and flips around, causing the sand to start dropping the opposite direction. And the second that happens, you watch as all of reality begins to go in reverse. But the way that it does that, and go ahead and take away that negative status effect on your constitution.
Get out of here.
The second it does that, you watch as all of reality begins to become like a blur of lights moving in the opposite direction. You watch, it looks like everything has just become a soup of colors. Like you can't really make everything out, right? And neither Android nor Laudi are aware of this happening. To Android and Laudi, it's like nothing just happened. So Android, you aren't even aware that you even did, had your actions. You know what I'm saying? Neither is Laudi. Neither is Mr. Bloom. As all this resets. The only thing that has reset, though, is that Mr. Bloom has not kissed you. Right? Now, he gets that point back. He's thinking he's gonna kiss you now. As you reset all that happens. You feel your constitution return. You feel strong again. When the hourglass is done floating in front of you, resetting everything, it flips back around again to reset the sand, going forward instead of backwards, and then it goes back into your chest. But the second it goes back into your chest, you feel your heart kind of thump a little bit. Not hard,
Oh,
but just enough that like your vision for a minute blurs, and it's like almost like it feels like almost for a second there you're inside a giant bass drum, just boom, boom. And your body kind of tenses for just a slight second, but you're good. And you realize now, as you watch as Mr. Bloom is stepping through the mist, through the fog to kiss you. It's not an obscuring fog. There is a difference. But as he's stepping forward to kiss you, and that's there's no standard action for that. You just used it. I don't believe I had that marked as a standard action or anything. It's just something you can do. So you still have your 2 standard actions, if I'm not mistaken.
so
So you still have an attack and a move, or whatever. Yeah.
see.
Because it didn't actually take, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. It's just, you got it 5 times a day. The hourglass can be used to retime only just a few seconds back.
So how do I dodge his kiss if I know it's
Well,
coming?
If you know what's coming and it's your turn, you can just attack him. You see what I'm saying? Because you still have your moves.
But
You can still move and
I'm
you can still
blind.
attack. Well, but you know he's about to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have that one advantage in knowing where he's gonna be in this second. You see what I'm saying? In this one moment,
Yeah.
you precisely know where he's at. If that makes any sense. Think about it, like if I throw a football and it lands right here, and I'm like, oh man, I didn't want to do that, and I rewind it back, am I gonna still throw it in that same direction, knowing that it's gonna land exactly right there? I know where that football is gonna land exactly. Think of it that way. Like, in this one moment, you know exactly where he is. He's gonna be directly in front of you. Or, just as an idea, you can always cast Storm Rage and just fly right up out of the fog and be out of his range of attack. I mean, he'll still have the advantage of you not being able to see him because of the fog, but you'll be out of his way. Or you could... There's a lot of things you can do right now. You know what I'm saying?
See.
Because you know exactly where he's gonna be. He's about to kiss you right on the mouth.
Right on the mouth.
Right on the mouth.
A big old slappy kiss. You said if I go to turn into an elemental, I can sack either my attack for the my rain, not my the elemental. You said when I go to turn into it, I can either sack my movement or attack.
It's a standard action, yeah. So it'll be either your movement or your attack, yeah.
I'm gonna turn into the. Hold on. I'm gonna turn into the Ice Wind Elemental.
What size?
What sizes can I hit it? I think big is the max, right?
I think you could turn it into a huge one if you want to. If I'm not mistaken, I think you at this point, your levels, you can actually go huge if you want to. I don't think elemental. Yeah, huge. 3 times a day.
Oh, well, I'll turn into a huge, I guess.
Oh, okay. Alright. So, okay then. So you turn into the Ice Wind Elemental, correct?
See.
Okay. Let me think. How many spaces does that take up?
I'm about to take out everyone now. Because I have a trick up my sleeve if I do this correctly. And then here.
Alright, so other than Android, because he's on that T of the pier, right? So you turn into this Icewind Elemental, this huge elemental that takes up basically the space you're in, plus it takes up Lao D's space, and it just completely shoves Lao D off the side of the dock. He just goes flying into the water like, what the crap? He just feels something just expand and shove him right off. I mean, it pushes him out of the fog so he can see, but he just goes flinging into the water. He's Android, from where you're sitting at your vantage point now, from the crates and everything, you just watch this elemental, this huge ice wind elemental just come poking up out of the fog. Just
My bad, jeez.
right up out of there.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, it doesn't hurt you. It can't affect you at all, right? But it looks like a mixture of ice and wind. Like one being, right? It looks like an icy wind. Like if you could see, if an icy wind could have like a figure, this would be
Like
what
them
it.
things in Skyrim.
Yeah, kind of. This would be, well, yeah, kind of like a wisp. Sort of like a wisp, or yeah, but more I guess more
Humanoid?
wispy. More humanoid, not as monstrous looking. Although I wouldn't say this thing looks any less monstrous. But it just looks like a mixture of wind
Right.
and ice combined. But it is humanoid in nature, with like its lower torso looking like it's made of just nothing but wind and air and ice. But its top half, its chest, it's got a chest and arms and what looks like a head with no features, and it's ever shifting, and you can just see as shards of ice that look like glass are just melded within its form as it just comes popping up out of the fog, just like that, glowing like like it's on fire, because it's still got the fairy fire. That doesn't negate that at all. You know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
comes up out of there like so. Alright, Zoltan, you are now an ice wind elemental, which for the folks at home listening, the elementals that a deep druid can take aren't like regular elementals. They are called deep elementals. Again, they're a homebrew form of the elemental abilities, because Zoltan isn't your typical druid, so his elementals come from a different place. He draws inspiration from other things, as it were. because caves and mountains and all that can be cold places full of wind and ice. His air elemental isn't just an air elemental, it's an ice wind elemental, as it were. Yeah. Loud D just gets thrown into the water. You watch as Loud D just gets tossed off the freaking dock into the water, just poof, off to the side there. Splashes. He's like, what the?
My bad, G. That's on me. Anyway. Yeah, so with that, I was reading more of the information about the ice elemental,
Mm-hmm.
and it says, while in this form, an ice elemental cannot fly.
That's if he uses his ice diamond body form. He
Oh,
can fly as long as he's like this, right?
Okay,
But
if he's in
if
his normal state.
If he takes his ice diamond form, he hardens his body, and it's like he becomes more humanoid. He loses the more wispy aspect to himself and becomes more like, crystalline, as it were.
Yeah.
It raises
Yeah,
your
I get it.
AC. Yeah, it raises your AC and creates a 10-foot frost aura, doing 4d4 frost damage every round. But you just can't fly.
Damn, that's tragic. Anyway, with that being said, I'm gonna attack Mr. Blossom before he decides to come give me a kiss.
Are you doing the ice diamond, or are you?
No, I'm not gonna do the
Okay.
ice diamond.
Okay. So
That'll
you-
conflict with what I'm doing.
So you're doing your 2 slams. So roll melee. So roll 1d20 plus 18.
One. You said 1d20.
18. Does that hit? That does. That hits.
Sit down. Ooh, okay, I'm over it.
Okay, so roll 2d10 plus 3. Roll. Okay, so roll 2d10 and then roll 3d8 plus 4. So the way you would write that, let me show you. The way you would type that in is you would type in. No. So just type in /r, then type in this. Am I writing that? Am I even writing that right? Hold on. I said 2d10. Yeah, 3d8
Yeah.
plus 3d8 plus 4. So you would write in /r, and then you would just type that in 2d10 plus 3d8 plus 4.
Plus 4, alrighty. Thank you, good side. Here, everyone.
Yeah, because your fists also do frost damage.
Yeah, I get punched. Plus 4.
Mm-hmm. Plus 4.
Oh, it said it was unrecognizable.
Write in /r. Space.
Forest. Space.
plus 3d8 plus 4.
Thank you for going slow.
That's
Glad
alright.
someone understands I'm dyslexic. I
Well,
love this.
it's one of those things. It's okay.
Oof.
Did it do it
We got
again?
mixed feelings on that last. No, we gotta.
Oh, okay. You did hit that time. Okay. For 24 points of damage. Alright. Ouch. Ouchie!
Sorry, Loudy.
No, you're okay.
All that work he did for Loudy and he got taken away.
That's alright.
But guess what? He gets it all back. He's a lad.
So you take your two fists and you just hammer down on Mr. Blossom. Like he leans in to kiss you and then you turn into that freaking thing and whoosh away the fog just enough to where
Oh,
you
the
can
fog's gone?
No, it's not.
Oh.
This is how I'm explaining how you saw him perfectly, why you're not having to roll this one time. You know what I'm saying, for the coverage? Because normally you'd have to roll for the coverage, but because you know where he is this one time, you see what I'm saying? You get large, and the fog rolls away just enough to where you can see him, and you bring down both your fists just right down on him. And you just you see him look up at you, and he says, "Oh dear," as you boom slam down on him. And he kind of maneuvers a little bit, but he takes pretty much the brunt of that. And it's enough to drop him down to one knee. And he's just like, ugh. As he looks up at you as the fog comes rolling back over him. He's like, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Where's the turn?
Oh.
There it is. And it's gonna be his turn next. But before we get to that, let's check in on Agaragus. Agaragus.
Oh, word.
Oh, word. Oh, word. Yeah. So you have yourself a nice little nap, and by the time you kind of get up, you can see through the window that the sun is beginning to set, and it's starting to get late, and you realize, oh man, you overslept. You're supposed to get all that information and meet the guys who were coming back to pick you up in the rickshaw, like, probably a while ago now.
Yeah.
Oopsie.
My bad.
What is Agaragus is thinking? What are they doing?
Can I look around and make sure that no one's, like, outside?
Yeah, you can look out your window and see. Go ahead and from where you can where you are looking right now. Well, what window are you looking at? Are you looking at the one that's at your bed? The one that's looking off into the road where you're supposed to meet for someone, or are you looking at that window that was straight ahead where you were watching Aoki, Nunzi, and Laoshin talking earlier?
The one where I can see everyone talking, and if I can, also the one like behind the little alchemy, whatever thing you call it.
Okay. So you look at the one in front, and you don't see anybody out there. You know, it's pretty quiet, pretty normal. You watch as a rabbit runs by. It poops. It keeps running. It runs while it poops. Leaves a little trail.
Nice.
Yeah. You go to the one window behind your alchemy station, or near on the ones on either side of your alchemy station, and do you have a preference, left or right?
Let's go with right.
All right, so you open up the one on the right and you look out. That one's facing the different barns, where the different distilleries are and stuff. And out that one, you can actually see nothing going on at first. But then you watch as one of the doors swings open and you see two well-dressed dragoon come stepping out. One of them is the gray blackish scale dragoon. He's with the tints of red. He comes stepping out. He's wearing a fine silk suit, and you know, you could tell that he's all like pomp and circumstance. You know what I'm saying? Real finely dressed. Does not strike you as a warrior, but he's also accompanied by another dragoon, who's the more greenish colored dragoon with the hints of dark black and the shadowy wisps coming off of him. In fact, his hair looks like it's almost made out of pure shadow, and he is finely dressed in a silk suit as well. They are accompanied by another dragoon who has wings, and he's more of the bluish crystalline. Looks kind of reminds you of like what you would call a magic user or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not wearing heavy armor, they're wearing robes. And they are accompanied by Aoki and Nanzi and Laoshin.
Oh.
Yeah, and they're all talking right now. You could tell that the two well-dressed ones are angry about something. You can kind of make out what they're saying, but they are a distance away, you know what I mean? But you can tell that the two who are well-dressed are not happy, because they're like yelling, especially the one, the dark-scaled one, the dark red-scaled one. The one that's wearing the green is sitting there listening, but the dark-scaled one, who you can tell is in charge, is yelling at Aoki and Nanzi right now, and Loshin, as he's like pointing a finger at them and pointing all around this place, you know, kind of whirlwinding his finger about something, you know, like indicating all around him or something. Like, you could tell he's making a big old show of it. He's just yelling, and then points at them again and just continues yelling. You are welcome to roll a listen if you'd like.
Yeah.
Now, Aoki is one of the crystalline ones. Nanzi is one of the dark scale with the red, and so is Laoshin. He's one of the darker scaled ones. Only his darker scales have that green shadowy wisp to it.
Can I do stuff with my mood ring to
For
help
a
me?
Listen?
Yeah.
You know, that's a good question. What is a listen? Is that an intelligence? Go to your skills and look and see which ability is tied to that. Next to each skill, you should see something that indicates that should say like Dex or Strength or Intelligence or something.
It's wisdom.
It's wisdom.
Yep.
So, yeah, there is a mood on there. I want to say it is Owl's Wisdom. Yeah, it's the purple aura. Yeah, you can activate that if you'd like.
Okay, yeah.
Owl's Wisdom should give you like a plus something. You like that? It'll give you a plus to something or other. Element OP. Owls. Element OP. Owl's Wisdom gives you a +4 enhancement bonus to Wisdom. So take that +4 in your abilities and put that on the temporary for your Wisdom. Basically, you're just going to be shifting that +4 around in your ability stats. So wherever that +4 is now, just put it on your Wisdom.
Okay, do I do that?
Your stats tab, you got Strength, Dex, Con, Intelligence, Wisdom, and Charisma.
And you put it under the temp, right?
Yep, +4. Okay, now roll your listen. Oh, did you do it?
Not yet. Not yet. It's for some reason like having a hard time clicking on the tabs.
Oh. Yeah,
It ain't me.
Whenever you get you're good. Just whenever you get that +4 on your Wisdom in the temporary, then go over to your skills and just roll your listen, and that'll tell you, because it'll automatically factor in that +5 for you.
Yeah. $21.
21. All right, so they are a decent ways away from you, so you're having to strain pretty hard to hear them. But you are making out a little bit of what they're saying. The problem is that they're not speaking necessarily in what is the common tongue of the continent, right? They're speaking. Do you know Draconic or any of those languages? I don't imagine you would, but
I think I do know. Hold on.
that will probably be in your There's a section in your stats tab that is dedicated to languages. I'm not entirely sure where it is. You just gotta scroll down. You hit stats, and then you I think it'll be on the right hand side somewhere. If you just scroll down and look, there is a box that says languages, that any languages you know will be written in there.
Oh, I was looking right past that. Nope, it's just Myconoid. I'm crazy.
Okay. So, because you don't know Draconic or anything like that, you're having a hard time making out entirely what they're saying, but every once in a while they use like the common tongue, which, because Mazaru casted that spell on you guys, you do comprehend the common tongue of Pang Shun, of the continent. So every once in a while, it's almost like they're speaking Tex-Mex in a way. Like every once in a while they're using the Dragoon tongue, but every once in a while they're like speaking common. So basically what you make out of it is he's yelling something. You always know when he's cursing at him because he does it in Draconic or in Dragoon, But then he'll say things like allowing spies into your camp, and you can't even catch him. And he points at Laoshin. It's like, you're gonna let one little spy get away. Bastaroi! He says in Draconic, some word, but it's not a nice one because it causes Laoshin to kind of flinch a little bit. It's like, find them! Find them now, and don't bother us with this again. If this operation gets messed up here, I swear by Tychesis herself. And then he starts clamoring in Dragoon again. He's like, Bashar Namu! Discuss! And he just looks at the other two and he's like, "Come, let's go." And they begin walking to what they begin to walk in a direction, and you're kind of following him for a minute, but then they leave your line of sight. Maybe if you go to the left-hand shutter, you can follow him a little bit more, because you'll be at just slightly a different angle, but not by much.
Okay, I think I'll go ahead and do that.
So you watch as they seem to be moving towards the main farm, towards like the main house of the farm, but then they're just completely out of your line of sight, and you can see, you know, Aoki and Nanzi and Laoshin all standing there just kind of discussing with each other. They look like they're speaking in like low tones, you know, but you can tell that they all three look really tense. And before too long, you watch as a rickshaw being carried by the dragoon with wings that was accompanying the two finely dressed one goes flying away into the air in a undisclosed direction. And you only catch it for just a minute before, you know, you lose sight of it too, because it goes beyond your point of vision in the window.
Okay, is that in the direction that like I came from?
It would be headed let's see, east. Like I guess you could say northeast slightly. It would be back right for you. You see what I'm saying? It would be like back to the right. Like if you were trying to follow them completely, you would move back to the right window, but they're like, you know, that window's only a square, so they're beyond your vision. But they were headed like east, northeast.
Is that like, did I come from northeast when I like follow, you know, like was kind of spying on them?
You'd have been coming from southwest, really, or southwest. Yeah. The Forgotten City is gonna be southwest of this farm.
Okay, I think I think I'm gonna try to head back to the party, but I'm not sure.
How you're gonna go about that?
Yeah.
It's almost like if you sleep on the job. That's so egregious. Yeah. Tell you what, I'll give you a little bit to think about that, okay?
Okay.
All right. We'll be back to you. We
Okay.
are gonna get back to you.
He's gonna take another nap. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Bump that line.
He's like, well, I'll just sleep on it. When I wake up, I'll have the answer. You, Quill, you and the others are paraded through the city. You come walking out of the barracks, and a float has been made in your honor. It is made out of wood, but it has been carved and sanded down and stained and filigreed to such immense proportions that it doesn't even look like it's made out of wood anymore. It looks like it's made out of like metal of a sort, even though it hasn't been painted any particular color. It's just been stained down. It is so polished that you would think that it was like metal made of wood in of itself, you know, or metal with a wood coloring, as it were. It is the shape of a dragoon, but not a dragoon. It looks like a broad-faced dragon with all these designs and curls in its like hair, and whiskers. And it's got this big old broad smile on its face with these wide eyes. And the sides of its body are its wing. The sides of the float are its wings as they look like they are like folded in, much like a goose on the water or a swan on the water folds in its wings. That's the way it looks. It looks as if you are riding a dragon on land that, you know, floats on water, I guess, to more convolute this explanation. It is a wide float, and you don't really know how it's moving, but you suspect that there's probably people underneath of it, like on the inside of it, that are working it somehow. As you are instructed to get on the float and take your seat amongst the others, the float begins to move, and it, you know, all the crowds of the people are just there, just chanting and shouting your different names. You know, Yu Quill, Kung Po, Lord Dai Fu. You know, you even hear the Hao's name get chanted at least once, you know, by people which now even though he's never formally introduced himself to you, you now know his name as well, as you hear people as you hear people chant out his name, Sun Rong, you know. And it actually seems like the more I guess you could say the more macho people, you know, seem to be cheering him on the most, right? The more, you know, macho, you know, kind of guys. They're just out there, Sun Rong, you know. Most of them are Hao, though, as well. They are the same. They are the same species as him, same race as him. Most of them are Hao, and they're just Sun Rong, you know, very tribalistic in a sense. You take your spot on the float, and the float begins to move through the city. You see once again that mysterious band that seems to just show up in places, and they begin to play, you know. They get on this stage that is built attached to the float, and they begin to play music in honor of this moment, as the people begin to chant for your parade. And as you're moving through the city, the streets have just been opened up with just the multitudes on either side, just people throwing confetti and streamers and popping off fireworks, just having a good old time, just chanting your name, you know, Yu Quill, you know, Dai Fu, Sun Rong, Kung Po, you know, just all chanting. And you do this for a while, like you parade around for a good minute, and you watch. Now, to explain this time lapse, for each of you, each group, time is going to be a little different. For Agaragis, they slept until the sun began to go down. You've been riding this float till the sun has begun to go down. You know what I mean? So this is what you've done for most of your day, other than just the tournament. You've been riding around this float all through the city with people throwing gifts up at you, you know. Whenever the float stops, people rush in. You have the different races. Some of them are the goat folk, the Evixian, trying to hand you their women. Some of them are the Bunzai, trying to hand you their women. Some of them are humans trying to hand you their women, or Dragoon, you know what I'm saying? Or they're like, here, take her, you know. I need this bloodline, you know.
Sheesh.
Some are yeah, some are trying to hand you fire wine. Here, drink, champion, drink, honored chosen, you know. And it's like that with all of them. Dai Fu leans in and he mentions, he's like, don't take the women. They do this every year. Don't take the women. We're not allowed to have women on the float anyways. And he goes, indeed, but and you know, eventually you are brought to the shores of the Forgotten City where the festival first began, where there's a giant stage, where the giant stage was set up, and the band gets down and they set up, and the float sits there and gets moved alongside the stage, and it sits as the band begins to play. Fireworks start firing off and everything, and everybody starts after a little while. Well, while this is going on, what is Quill doing during this like parade and stuff? Like, how is he taking all this in? This spectacle of people just chanting his name and, you know, trying to give him gifts, and this whole parade that is in his honor, you know. What is
I wouldn't say he's like, I don't know how to explain it. He's not playing it up as much as he normally would, but he's not exactly like fucking being shy or anything, you know. He's just kind of like, yeah, I'm fucking awesome. Yeah, shit happens.
Yeah, well,
see 2 or 3 future wives, maybe.
Yeah, future wives, maybe. Yeah, definitely as the women are being trying to be handed off to him too, you feel the dragon and you stir again. You know, it's definitely a hoarder. You've come to realize that dragon side of you wants to just naturally hoard the finer things. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, Cassie. Anyways, so as the festival,
we'll get in there.
Yeah, you are notified that as soon as the sun is just barely set on the horizon, you will go to meet the ancestors. But until then, enjoy the festivities, which just pretty much means, you know, you're sitting there. But there are tributes being handed to you, you know, gifts. People come and they give you like food, the best food that they've prepared, or the best fire wine that they have, you know, different vintages. Women come and they give you what is called a ribbon that is purple. It is royal purple and it is fine silk and everything. And Kung Po looks at you and he goes, huh, wonder why I'm not getting any ribbons. Because that means they like you. He goes, you see those insignias on them? You find whoever owns that insignia and they'll, yeah. You know?
Oh, yeah?
He goes, well,
Like that?
He goes, so sometimes, he goes, be careful though, because sometimes it means marriage. He goes, you gotta make sure.
Big facts.
He's like, I'm not getting any ribbons. Daifu, he's not
It's a high liter. There can only be one.
Yeah. You watch as Daifu himself is like rejecting most of the tributes. Every once in a while, he'll get handed some kind of spices or something, you know, something that smells good, like an incense of a sort, something he can burn, you know. And he'll take that and certain things, but like the ribbons and most of the food and drink, he takes courteously but the ribbons he rejects. You don't get a sense that it's not so much that he's not into it. It's more or less, it just seems like he's not into it, if that makes any sense. Like, it wouldn't matter who was giving him the ribbon. He almost just seems not into the act in of itself, if that makes any sense. Meanwhile, Sun Rong, he's getting quite a few ribbons himself, and he's taking every single one of them.
Me and him are having like a competition of who get the most ribbon looking ass.
Yeah, kinda. You could tell that he's kind of he's kind of that guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's got the riz, as it were. You know what I mean? Like, every once in a while, he'll get one, and if he likes one in particular, he'll whisper something in her ear, and she'll kind of giggle and be like, you know? He takes all the food and drink he can get. He's just like, Like, at one point in time, he stands up with a bottle of fire wine. He's like, good vintage! Yes! And people are like, ah! And he drinks, you know, and sits back down with a pleased smile on his face. It's like, this is what it's about. He says more to himself than anybody.
Fair enough.
Yeah, pretty soon, the crowd begins to cheer. They begin to chant at the band. You get a sense that this band has done this a few times. That this isn't.
You've been here before?
Yeah, that this isn't their first Jingzhou, you know? And they're
Let's get it on!
Yeah. They begin chanting, Sadekio! 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 You watch as a woman, she's a human woman, but you can tell she's a native of the continent, you know? She eventually kind of meekly comes up onto the stage and everybody cheers, and she just kind of smiles and motions for them to calm down, you know? And they're like, oh, you know? And you're shortly joined by the one who seems to be leading them, you know? The one who calls himself Drek Danger. He comes and sits down next to you and he goes, how's it going, you Quill?
We keep on seeming to find each other, man. How's it going?
He goes, it's going alright. He says, I gotta ask you though, in all seriousness. And he kind of lowers his voice and goes, what is the Inglorious Few doing all the way over here in the Dragoon Shogunate?
People kind of chuckle. He's like, had some errands to run. What's out this way, you know.
He goes, it's just fascinating, you know? I mean, we've heard of you guys, but we didn't think, you know, we'd ever run into you all the way here in, you know, Longzi Jiaodu.
Get around.
He's like, man. He goes, he looks as Sadiko is about to begin her song. And he goes, man, I hate this song. He goes, they request it every year, though. Every time. He goes, we've done 2 of these now.
Oh, yeah?
He goes, oh, yeah, and I hate this dang song. And she begins to sing in a dialect. It's common of the continent, right? But you can tell it's like in an old version of it, one that you're not entirely hip to yet. You know?
Yeah.
And you listen for a minute, and the beat to it's pretty upbeat, you know? It's all do 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 do. You know what I mean? And Drek just says, it's the stupidest song. And you listen to her as she begins, and it sounds like she's saying like the same thing over and over again. Like it's almost feels like it's just a chorus over. It feels like it's just the chorus repeated over and over and over again. And as you listen, you begin to pick up on the words right? And it sounds like all she's saying is meow, like the way a cat sounds, right? Meow. And then she says 1, 2, 3, thank you. And that's it. Those are the words to the song.
Yuko kind of sketches ahead. He's like, I might be off on this. Not great at this, the different, inflections of dialect. Is she saying what I think she's saying, bro?
He's saying, yeah. She's just saying meow, 1, 2, 3, thank you.
Son of a bitch. Okay then.
Yep.
See why this song gets old.
He goes, I mean, it's catchy. He points down to some people down there who have like invented a dance to go along with it. Where they're kind of like swaying their hips and then pretending to be like cats. They're putting their hands over their head and kind of flapping like their ears above their head.
Oh, not the cat people.
Doing
And-
the karma dancing.
he's like, yeah, he's like, it's just catchy. It's catchy definitely amongst like the younger generation. It's
I
just
can see that.
meow, 1, 2, 3, meow, thank you. Meow, 1, 2, 3, meow, thank you. He's like,
Yes! We need a screenshot of the Discord for this moment.
yeah. Yeah. And Icy didn't come by that by accident.
No, he's got that on standby, bro.
Yeah, he didn't come by that. No, like, I'm not amazed that he actually. I'm not actually surprised that he knew exactly what to look up when he looked it up. I'm going very meta with this right now. But he's
There was
just
a part of my collection. Leave me alone.
This motherfucker said, "Gotta have them all." Literally.
So, yeah, but it's just meow. Yeah, and Drek's just like, man. He's like, well, he goes, I suppose, yeah, you've gotten pretty far in this competition, He goes, you guys don't seem to be doing too much around here, but you're up to something, aren't you? He goes, allow me to give you my card, and he just kind of, like a magician would, and out comes a card, and he hands it over to you.
I take it. Check it out.
On it, it says the players. And on the back side of it, it's got some technical jargon, but basically, it's got a lot of technical jargon that you're not, like, even familiar with. You're like, what the heck? But basically, it's the last little bit that says that they are verified adventurers with the Adventurers Guild. Whatever that's supposed to mean.
Whatever that is. Wouldn't have any idea. Whatever that.
Yeah.
Jack's called the Slayer.
Yeah, and he says,
That guy.
and it says, it says verified by, or this says Continental Pass, verified by Quest Giver. Which Quest Giver will it be? Yeah, but verified by Quest Giver, Goal O Merit. And then, like I said, just a bunch of technical jargon like certified such and such, standing, yada yada yada, section 42-B. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But what sticks out to you is
Wobble people up.
Continental Pass, verified adventures, Continental Pass, verified by Quest Giver, Goal O Merit. And as you're looking at that, Drek just looks at you and he goes, pretty snazzy, huh? That is a continental pass right there. Then he takes his finger and just kind of taps the card as you're holding it. He's like, boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, you cool just kind of shrugs. He's like, I mean, yeah, fair enough.
He
He's
goes,
like a.
he goes, so where's your Continental Pass? What quest giver did you guys go through?
You cool just kind of shakes his head. He's like, finds his little insignia for the, you know. He kind of taps it. He's like, it's all I've ever used, Rev.
Coralon Lorethian.
He looks at
We
him,
just
he
go,
goes,
we just go hard in the motherfucking paint. It is what it is, bro.
his eyes kind of widen, and he's like, so the legend is true. That is the verified insignia of Coralon Lorethian. He goes, he gave that to you himself.
Yeah.
He goes, I heard he's pure magic. Is he pure magic?
Stand your eyes. Yeah, cool dude.
He goes, no kidding.
As the kids would say, lit.
He goes, oh. He goes, I mean, then he kind of straightens up. He goes, I mean, that's cool and all, but, like, you guys are just kind of here illegally, aren't you?
Define illegally. We do what needs to be done when it needs to be done.
He goes,
What can I say about that?
oh my God, you don't. No, he doesn't say, oh my God. He says, he says, oh my Ilona, you guys don't even know about the quest givers.
Yeah, you cool. He wasn't privy to all that. I think it was Android, right?
No, I don't think. Well, I don't know.
Jax the Slayer. Yeah.
Yeah, I said.
He just keeps saying,
I said.
the Slayer. Like, that's what I know.
Android's privy, he just doesn't talk. And we haven't been
Yeah.
back to see Sebastian in a while.
Oh no, that's right. Like Yuquil knows of it, but he doesn't know shit about it. He just.
Right.
It was one of those conversations where it's like, they were like, oh yeah, quest givers, blah blah, yada yada yada, and Yuquil's like, and alcohol.
I believe that was back when we were in like the Giant Hills or something, and we came across some dude.
It's when we went through the portal thing, right? You're doing all the portal jumping shit,
Something
and
like that. We came back out the portal.
Oh fuck, it's been a hot minute, but yeah. I got the little portal shits.
I don't know
Portal
why,
ways.
but Juxta the Slayer in my head looks like a hyena. I bet that's probably not.
That's not accurate.
Thing. But yeah, I remember him telling us something about. I have a note on it. I think that.
I think I do as well.
But
Let me look and see.
That's all in good. But
no,
Android's
we are
not there. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Give me a second, motherfucker. I'm trying to re-jog my memory of like what Yuquil knows. Because again, I remember we did have dealings with shit like that. But again, how much Yuquil actually paid the fuck attention is subject to.
Meanwhile, while
Debate.
Will is like trying to jog his memory on the whole thing, this music's just playing in the background. You hear Sadiko now saying anime. It's like, what does that even mean?
yeah, Juxta the Slayer sent us to the quest givers. That's the note that I have. So when we go to meet the quest givers, we tell them that Juxta the Slayer sent us.
Yeah,
We haven't
if
been
I've-
back to.
if I wrote anything down on that, I can't tell you where it was. In fact, my most updated note was the one about the stuff we did here, Masters in, the ring stuff.
So to keep this from going meta,
Anyways.
at the moment,
Yeah.
you would not really have any kind of recollection
Yeah.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, quest givers sounds vaguely familiar. Can't put anything to it.
We certainly
well.
wouldn't remember that Juxta the Slayer sent us.
Yeah,
well.
well, no idea. He's just like, we've heard, but you know.
He goes,
Yeah,
well,
no.
keep the card. He goes, keep the card, and when you get back to wherever it is that you're based out of, whether it be White Sword or Black Flail or High Garden.
Which one was he again?
High Force.
What's his name?
Direct Danger. He's like, you know, he goes, have your people get in contact with my people, and I'll hook you up. He goes, I'll tell you all about it. He goes, because eventually the quest givers are gonna.
The group's name is the Players.
Yeah, we're the players. Yeah. He goes, eventually they're gonna take notice to you. He goes, I don't know too much about them myself. I don't really know. They're terribly mysterious. He goes, but
Can be that way.
he goes, but they popped up a few years back and started regulating how people adventure around Loxos.
I was like, yeah, makes sense.
He goes, well, he goes, rumor has it it's because of you and the Inglorious Few, really.
Yuko chuckles heartily at that. He's like, yeah, makes sense.
He goes, I don't know what you guys did before you disappeared, but you did something, and that caused these guys to just spring up, and they said no more.
We drank a lot of beers.
Yeah, they said no more. So I don't know what you guys did, but you guys were gone for 5 years, and now you're just back. So
Hashtag good days.
finally the song gets over, and he goes, "Oh, I gotta go and do my thing, but you hold on to that card, buddy."
Yuko just chuckles like, gotcha, bro.
Pops up out of the float and goes running up onto the stage, and he's like, "Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, our very own Sadiko, born and raised in the Saozu Shogunate." Saozu Shogunate? Yeah, Saozu Shogunate. Yes, and people are just clapping, Sadiko, Sadiko. He's like, yes, yes. He goes, I love it every time she sings that song. She's got the voice of an angel. He's like, all right, back to the festivities. And about that time, all of a sudden, boom! A loud gong goes off, and he goes, oh, no time for any more. And he has Mazaru and the Shogun, what's his name, Ka-Shin, if I'm not mistaken.
Karashin or something.
Yeah, Karashin, yeah. Karashin approached the stage. You know, Karashin, he's a dragoon, all decked in armor, the dark scaled red. And you have Mazaru, who's like more the blue, whitish crystalline. And they approach the stage and they say, Mazaru says, it is now time for the test of the soul. Karashin says, may the honor chosen, who are meant to go on, succeed. When he says that, he kind of gives you a sideways glance, you Quill. And the float begins to move once more. It is going back to the fight. Going back to the fight. It is now Mr. Blossom's turn. So he just got double fisted by. No. No.
Oh my
no.
gosh.
He just got hit by Zoltan in his elemental form, and he's not liking that too much. So he pulls a scarf off of his neck that he's wearing. It is a fine silk scarf, and he attempts to whip Zoltan with it around his neck. Zoltan, in this form, what is your AC? That'll probably be on that handout I gave you.
I do not give consent.
Well, that's okay. But what is But what is your
Like the
AC?
fucks that are not given. Or 1,000.
This is the world's smallest violin.
You said AC, correct?
Yeah.
My AC is 25.
25? Alright, so he hits you.
See, senor.
Yeah,
No, we don't.
Yeah, he does.
He lies.
He said no.
Yes, he does. Now I need you to roll a fortitude save.
Well, damn. How dare he?
Your fortitude will be on that sheet as well.
I got you, G. I rolled it.
Okay, so you feel that scarf whip around your neck, and it begins to slice through your neck, as if it's gonna almost take your head off. But you do fight it back and get the scarf off your neck, doing a total of
Nothing.
well, what it initially did was it would have decapitated you had you failed.
Oh, well, damn. This nigga hate me.
Well, all that would have done is just reverted you back to your normal form. It had just taken you out of your elemental form.
Oh, do I need to change my health to my elemental health?
Just keep track of it.
Alright, I'll just... Okay.
Get on your character sheet. Okay, so on your character sheet at the very bottom, you'll have your notes there. You'll see a spot at the bottom of your stats page that says notes. Just write down what your total health is, and then subtract whatever damage I do from that.
Alright, what is my health? 155? Okay. Let me know when you get that.
Yes. Yes, and that's doing a total of, okay, so 19 points of damage. So 155 you said?
Yeah, that should be 136, I believe. 136 or 134.
136.
Quick math.
Quick math.
Math fast.
Math fast.
It just
Math fast.
cuts your neck, and then he he quickly begins to back up. He goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, getting himself completely out of the fog, and now he's kind of looking around like,
Nah, G, you wanted to dance.
he's like, what do I do here? Yeah, he's kind of trying to figure out his situation now.
No, G. You wanted to kiss me and scare me. You are now an actual threat.
Is Zoltan saying that to him?
Yeah?
He like stops and looks at you kind of confused, and he goes, how did you know I was going to kiss you? And raises an eyebrow.
I have my ways.
Trust the process. Look at this.
Yeah.
The
Now,
process.
Mr. Bloom is one of the like the brownish, goldish, brown scaled, dragoons. You know what I mean? He's yeah, one of those, and he's just raising an eyebrow at you, and he's like, that is strange. He goes, there is more to you than meets the eye.
No!
Android, it is your turn.
Zoltan, what's your health looking like? Do you need any heals?
Nah, I'm doing all right.
Okay, then I'm gonna keep on rocking. I'm afraid to poke out of my hole. Zoltan, you got it. If he doesn't, if Mr. Blossom doesn't get me, then it'll be Zoltan. I'm not getting in his blast radius.
Right. Yeah. I'm not even dealing with this.
Just
Okay.
not happening.
They might fight no more.
It is now Loudy's turn. And he's like in the water, just kind of like, what the? Getting up, and he looks at you, Zoltan, now, and he's like, what is happening? And then he watches this whole thing take place and watches as Mr. Blossom backs up. And Loudy like draws his sword for a minute, and he's looking at Mr. Blossom, and he's looking at Zoltan, and he doesn't know who to attack. He like points at Zoltan, and he's like, "Did you summon him?" And Mr. Blossom looks at him and goes, "No." I'm gonna roll something here.
There ain't no way this is gonna attack.
Alright. So, he says, "Liar!" Yeah. In response to that, Loudy actually,
Can Android shout? Can Android see this about to happen?
yeah.
Can
I mean,
can
well,
shout
you
and
can-
be like,
I want you to roll a listen. Oh, well, I mean, they're yelling at each other and everything, so I guess you hear it happen. You can't really see Loudy, but you
Right.
can hear Loudy yelling. Yes.
yeah, if I can hear what he's saying, Android's gonna
Yeah.
be like, he's just gonna shout from behind the boxes and be like, "The wind monster is Zoltan." It just is Zoltan. He transformed.
So, amongst all this chaos, I am gonna roll a listen for Loudy to see if that registers.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, he hears you.
The tones are-
Yeah. He hears you distinctly say that. The wind monster is Zoltan, and he's like, "Android!" He's like, "What?"
Zoltan's a druid. He can turn into it.
He like stops for a minute and looks over at you, Zoltan. He's like, "Oh." He points at you, and he points directly at you, Zoltan, and he says, "No more secrets."
Zoltan does the I cap it to him.
And with that, Loudy, because he's not really close enough, can he? Okay, he's got that. He's got that. What? He may have to move to pull this off. Ooh. Oh, dang. Okay. So, yeah, so he says that, and you see like a change come over Loudy's face, Zoltan. Android, you can't really see him, but you see a change. But Zoltan, you see it, right? Loudy's eyes grow kind of cold, like he's angered or something, right? After he tells you that, "No more secrets!" And you just see this like switch. Loudy, who's normally pretty reserved in his demeanor, you know, pretty calm, pretty collected, seems to just kind of snap. And then he takes his sword and he goes running up out of the water, which puts his speed at half, but that's okay because he gains 10 extra feet here. So he goes 5, 10, 15, 20. Then he goes 25 onto the beach, 30, 35, which brings him up to Mr. Blossom, and he just goes berserk on him with his sword.
Good.
Giving him that extra... What is that? Okay. Oh man, he's about to go nuts. He's a good. Okay. Yikes. Well, that's a hit. I'm just gonna roll all the attacks at once here, real quick. That's gonna be a hit. And that's gonna be a hit, so. So, rolling all that damage all together, he did 53 points of damage off of Mr. Blossom. Yeah. So Android, as Cloudy gets up onto the beach, you can see him now because of your angle, you know what I'm saying? Because you're branched off on that T. You can see him through the box. You see Cloudy, and you see him come running up onto the beach, right? And he doesn't even seem like the Cloudy that you've known this whole time, you know? Like I said, calm and collected, pretty reserved. He seems like just a raging madman. As he gets onto the beach even, he doesn't take those last few steps. He just kind of jumps up into the air and just brings this large sword, this large two-handed sword, down on Mr. Blossom and just begins bashing him. Not even cutting him, bashing him with the flat of it, as if he's smacking him, spanking him with like an overly large, long paddle. Just whack, whack, whack. He's like, filthy scum! Send this back to your boss! Mr. Blossom's just like, oh, Tachesis, save me! And Zoltan, it is now your turn.
He's whooping that ass.
Well, I wish to... How far away am I from Mr. Blossom?
So you are 20 feet away from him.
Okay, can I walk up to the good sir and then go for a grapple? I wish to hug my good man.
Yeah. What is your grapple?
How do I check that, good sir?
It's probably on the sheet. I want to say I put it on there somewhere.
The, elemental sheet?
Yeah. I sure didn't. Oh, what the heck. I always miss something, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot.
Mm-hmm. So we will do... Let's see. Grapple. I know how to figure that out. Give
Alright.
me half a second.
While I do this, can I tell, Loudy to back up?
Well, he won't be able to until his turn.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, you can tell him.
Hit him with the, I'm gonna need you to back up, good sir.
He just looks at you, like, and you see that he's just got this frenzied look on his face, and he tells you, back up yourself!
No. He wanted to dance with me.
Are y'all arguing over who gets the kill? Is that what this is?
Are we really fighting over this, you guys, or what?
I mean, y'all do you. I don't care. I just
Yeah.
want to check and I make sure I'm following.
Should have never kissed me on my mouth.
Exactly.
Bro,
Could have never kissed me. I'm a jealous type.
So it's 1d20 plus 24 is gonna be your grapple.
1d20 plus 4?
1d20 plus 24.
24. Is that all?
That's it.
$38. Good sir.
Oh yeah, there's no way he stops that. He rolled an 18. Yeah, so you basically just take one big old hand and just grapple him. Just like that. Loudy's just like slapping him, and then he sees you grapple him and he's like, watch yourself! Oh, however, I forgot. Remember, in order for you to grapple, you have to become solidified.
I do?
Yeah, because remember when you first did that ice wind deal back in the mountains, you had to turn yourself into the diamond body form to be able to like grab certain things and do certain things, because you're not actually a solid state. That's the trade-off.
Oh.
Do you
snap.
remember? You kind of remember, don't you, when you were when you were over there on the continent of Norscorn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
when
Mm-hmm. Which
I remember.
I completely forgot, so I'll allow you to just say you went to the diamond ice diamond form, and then you grappled him. You know what I'm saying? You can't fly now. Plus, you're doing an aura of frost damage, which yeah, does, however, it does hurt Loud D as well.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
okay.
So roll 4d4.
My bad, G.
It's okay. It is what it is.
4D. That's 44.
4d4. Okay, 10 points off of Mr. Blossom. And 10 points off the Loud. Okay. Alright. Just keeping it real. Just keeping it real. Remembering how that... Yeah.
Alright, I will. Grab people, I have to be solidified. Me more.
Well, it is what it is, right? It's the trade-off.
See.
Yeah. So, and that is, oh, we're going back to Mr. Blossom's turn now. So Agargus.
Yeah.
You've had plenty of time to think about this now.
Yeah.
And I say that, but I don't want to come across as being like, so you better have an answer for me. But
Probably not a
Have an
good
answer.
one.
not the answer you'd like. What what do you want to do?
So I'm thinking of honestly just like popping. Well, is there like a way I can do? Do I have anything to do anything with my alchemy?
You mean like, is there? What do you mean by? Do you have any? You can start making potions if you'd like. You've got the Alchemist's Compendium, which has a lot of different potions and things in it. You know what I'm saying? And you've got a whole alchemy lab.
Yeah. Do I have like the ingredients, or is that how that works? Like I'm
Well,
unsure.
it's funny you should ask. So as you begin searching around to look for ingredients and stuff, you notice this chest, sitting on the floor against, just a wall. It's unassuming. And as you flick it open, you realize that, at first it looks like it's empty, right? But you see a little note that written on the inside of the lid that says reach in with intent and you shall receive your heart's desire.
Oh, that's odd.
I want the Eye of Vecna.
Son of a bitch!
Can I do that? Can I?
I don't think you know what the Eye of Vecna is.
That's good!
I know I'll win the game with it. Or at least die trying.
That be the one.
Is there like a invincibility like a potion?
A potion of invisibility?
Yeah.
Well, look through your compendium. Alright, to save us some time, yes, there is.
Okay.
You look through your compendium and you see the components you need for a potion like that. And, so now you see the ingredients. What do?
Do I just smash them together in like the little alchemy table?
Well, do you have the components?
You tell me, I don't know.
That is the correct answer.
You don't have those components on you per se.
Oh.
Not on your person, right? And the only, like I said, you have an alchemy station and everything you could need to make a potion with, but you don't see anything with components. The only other thing in here besides the bed and the windows and whatnot is this one chest that says reach in with intent and you shall retrieve your heart's desire.
Can I retrieve an invincibility potion from it?
You try that and nothing happens. You hear kind of like a
Error! Oh, CD play.
Sorry.
Oh, I missed it.
Can I try reaching in for some of the components for it?
So you do, and you feel your hand go in, and it feels like, as your hand goes into the darkness, it feels like as you reach in, your hand, and then you just feel, it's the oddest feeling, but it feels like nails, like fingernails, like bony fingers brush your hand for
Ew.
a second, but they drop something into your hand, and as you pull it forth, you pull one of the components you need for an invisibility potion.
Mm. Okay, so I do grab the ingredients, right?
Yeah. Basically, this chest will give you the ingredients you need for any potion that you want, that your heart's desire.
Okay. I'm gonna do 2 potions.
Alright, so you grab enough for 2 potions. Now what I need you to do is roll an alchemy to see if you actually craft this potion worth a day.
You want me to do what?
You want me to do what? I want you to roll an alchemy to see if you can craft the potion.
I should just be able to craft it.
I know, you should be able to, but that's not how it works.
Is that in stats?
That'll be in skills. Probably like under craft or something, or profession or something. I don't know. I'd have to look at your character sheet.
I found it.
Okay, you found it? Okay, good.
Yeah. I was worrying, but because they were blank, but I did find one that said alchemy.
I thought you might. I thought you might.
21?
31. Okay, so you begin adding the ingredients and following what the compendium says on how to make this, and you begin adding the different stuff and everything together, and you know, it bubbles. That's the best bubbling noise I can make. And yeah. And you cha-ching, you actually craft one invisibility potion, and you pour it into you pull one of the decanters or one of the bottles from your body, one of the little mushroom bottles, and click, and you have one potion. So I need you somewhere in your inventory or in your items to say one of your bottles has an invisibility potion. You only have 5 bottles. You gave one to Android, right? Which,
No.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah, you did. So you have only 4 bottles now. So, okay, so you're missing 1 bottle, but one of the bottles has an invisibility potion, so that gives you 3 bottles left. And you've got to roll to see if you craft the other one. So you're going to have to roll another alchemy. Because these are separate rolls.
What you didn't know was that I wanted to craft a different kind of potion.
But you said you wanted enough to craft 2 potions. So,
I meant a secondary potion that was different from the other one.
Okay. Well, what other,
Nice.
what other potion would you like then? Huh?
I would like an attack potion,
Miss
please.
Mary, quite contrary. An attack potion? What kind
Yeah.
of attack potion? Be more specific.
I don't. What? I've.
Like, 'cause,
In what
I mean,
way?
What will you need to drink a potion just so you can attack? You can always attack.
Well,
A
my
rabbit
higher
can
attack.
attack. Oh, you want a potion
Or-
that increases your attack ability.
Or maybe I hit every time abilities or such a thing.
I believe that's a potion of true strike, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh!
Let me.
Nice.
let me double check something real quick here.
He's like, I've never heard of such things. Amazing.
Never have I ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought I did something.
I need to
Yeah,
just double
stumbled
check
upon
and
something.
make sure I'm saying the right thing first, but I believe it's a
True Strike sounds right.
next.
Your mama sounds right.
That's mighty.
Yeah, well, what it'll do is it'll give you a plus 20 to your next attack.
Hell yeah.
So it's like a plus 20. Yeah, it'll give you a plus. It'll add 20 to your next attack. So whatever your attack is, plus 20. So if like you roll if your attack is like 1d20 plus, let's just say 15, it'll be 35 because you'll add 20 to that 15. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it gives you it increases your chance of hit. It's what it'll do. It's not an automatic hit, but it is a yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so you got ingredients for that then, right? Is what you're saying? That second
Could I
time?
do?
Huh?
Could I do a third potion?
You can do as many potions as you like as long as you have the bottles for it. You've got 3 bottles, so if you do a potion of True Strike, you'll have 2 bottles. You can fill all the bottles, all 4 of your bottles up. Plus that 5th one will regenerate in a day anyways. In fact, you gave Android that other bottle the day before, so you should have 5 bottles. So technically you've got 3 bottles left. Because if you did invisibility, that's 4. That's because you got 5 bottles. That'll give you 4. If you do a potion of True Strike, that'll be another bottle. So that's 2 bottles full. So you'll have 3 bottles still. And you're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. So you can just sit here and craft all 5 of your potions if you want. I ain't gonna stop you.
All day.
Yeah, you're the one you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Android, go ahead and take that bottle that you had of that liquor.
No way.
Take that out of your inventory. Yeah.
Oh, motherfucker.
Why?
Well, you'll find
Being
out.
in my bag of holding doesn't suspend it. My whole thing is that I don't want that shit all inside of my bag of holding. Can it
Well,
just
it won't
disintegrate when
be
I
in
go
the
pull it
actual.
out?
It won't be in the actual bag of holding per se. That's the whole point. Like, you won't have all that liquor in the actual bag. You don't. You
When I
still
go
don't really
with it,
know
if
how
it's
that bag works.
nasty
You haven't
shit.
got into that bag. But if the stories that Elsa and what is his name?
Heck.
No.
Walton?
No. Quill's buddy, the Chimera. What's his name?
Yucca?
Yucca. If the stories that Yucca and Elsa have to tell are true, that bag of holding takes you to a whole other realm. Apparently, all your stuff is
but
being
it's
held in
like
some kind of crazy vault that's guarded by these giant things that look like the stuff of nightmares.
Can I tell you guys
Oh.
a story?
Then I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if it was just hanging out in your bag, you'd still have to do it. I mean, I'm glad that you're willing to do it, but that makes this.
When I go to pull it out, that pisses me off.
There's a thing, and when Kassid was like, why? I'm like, well, I can't tell you why. That'll just be something you'll have to find out why that happened later. But yeah, there is a certain aspect to these bottles that anyways.
Can I share a story with you guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
No real names.
No, it's just about me.
Oh, okay. Well, not even your real name.
Real name.
I
No, that's
I
fine.
don't associate with my real name. Sure. Alright, when I was about 8 years old, maybe 7.
Oh god, is this gonna be long?
No,
Just
no,
kidding,
it's
just
real
kidding,
quick.
I'm just kidding, I'm kidding.
Whoa.
Yeesh. But I had this High School Musical purse,
Uh-huh.
and I was walking to my cousin's house, and they live over by the train tracks, and I was walking with it, and kids, they just roughhouse in general, and I roughhoused in some way that I somehow dropped my purse. Didn't realize, and it had my Hannah Montana nail polish in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it got ran over, and I went to the house and I was sitting there and I was like, oh my god, I can't find my purse. And my cousin's like, when did you have it last? And I was like, when we were walking here, that's the last time I remember. I had dropped it, I guess, basically in the middle of the street, and it got ran over within an hour. And I went back to it, and that entire purse was ruined because the contents of it were my Hannah Montana nail polish, basically, and it
Just like my bag of holding.
got ruined.
Did anybody take away from that story that was a High School Musical purse and Hannah Montana nail polish? Did anybody else take?
Don't judge me.
Yeah.
They didn't just run over that High School Musical purse. They ran it over, realized it was a High School Musical purse, and then backed over it, and then ran it over again.
Take it back.
Make it die! Make it die 1,000 times!
I think I cried, but I cry about a lot of things. It's nothing new.
She said, I think I cried. Oh, hell no. She said, not the Hannah Montana nail polish.
Not my Hannah Montana nail polish.
Sad times in the hood. Telling y'all.
Right next to my Miley Cyrus pregnancy test.
Whoa.
And her blanket.
And her blanket. Was the Hannah Montana blanket in the purse?
No, but it was at my house.
Oh, I was like, Jesus Christ, it really is just like your bag of holding.
Little last blanket.
Yeah.
So yeah, so if you're gonna craft that potion of True Strike, you're gonna have to roll for that though. By the way. I didn't forget that you're gonna have to roll for that. You got a potion of invisibility, and you're rolling for a potion of True Strike. So
and also just regular attack.
Well, that's what True Strike is. It's just a regular attack. It just buffs your attack.
There isn't another potion that just like buffs your attack in general for like a certain amount of time?
That is what that does.
There's not a secondary?
I mean, there's other attacks that you can do, but there's nothing that just says, hey, attack. Because that's like saying, I'm taking a potion that just attacks, right? Like, you can just attack. I don't really know. I don't know how to address this question.
Maybe I want a defense potion is what I'm looking at.
It gives you the plus 20 to your attack roll. So it's already boosting your attack.
Yeah, like, I don't know.
But I want extra.
Can
I double them?
I'm getting extra.
True Strike is a one-time use, is that right?
Yes, it's gonna be a one-time use.
Okay,
yes.
so if that's the case, then you'll need to make multiple True Strike potions.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see. I don't know. I'm completely clever. What do you mean the car is dead? I mean the car is dead. It's dead. The car is dead? Yes, the car is dead. What do you mean the car is dead? Wow, I'm completely flabbergasted by your question right now. I mean the battery is not working. Yes. You would have to. There's not gonna really be a potion that prolongs an attack per se. You see what I'm saying? Even your potion of invisibility is a one-time use. It's just going to last for a while. Because you become invisible, if that makes any sense. True Strike, any kind of attack potions are just like a one-time use. It'd be like, can I make a potion of like Fireball, right? It's like, well, yeah, but you're only gonna drink that and then use it. You see what I'm saying?
I think so.
Because True Strike is also a spell, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a spell.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So it'd be like you're using a potion that gives you the effects of a spell.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty much what all potions do. They
And
give you some kind of effect, a spell-like effect.
And it only works for one attack, if I'm not mistaken,
It
right?
does. It does. Even if you had the spell, it would only work one time. You'd have to cast it again.
Okay, riddle me this.
Yeah.
Here we
I'm
go.
already completely riddled by your question. But what?
Can I get a paralyzed potion?
A what? A paralyzed? Yeah.
A pair of lies? I don't know how. It's true lies?
Paralyzed.
Yeah, you want a potion of paralysis? Yeah.
And she
Yes.
removes size.
Yeah.
Let me. Oh, because this is. Oh yeah, I opened that for that reason. Let me see what's How do you spell paralysis?
PARALYSIS.
SIS? I thought it was SIS.
SIS.
Yeah.
Ah, here we go. Nope, that's not what I want. This is- Is- Okay, so it is. Okay, so there is a spell.
I mean, I've done that once or twice. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, y'all. Okay, so
We do what we can.
there is a potion of paralyzing touch, is what it is.
It touches. That's not good.
But what it does is, after a touch attack, you deal 1d6 points of electricity damage, and the person you did is paralyzed for 1d4 rounds. A successful save still takes 1d6 points of electric damage and is merely stunned for 1 round. When delivering the shock, you gain a +4 bonus on attack rolls if the opponent has a significant amount of metal on. Okay. So, yeah. There's that.
Okay, yeah, I want that one.
Okay. So, here's my thing though, right?
Oh no.
You still haven't rolled for the True Strike.
I forgot what to roll.
I know you keep like bringing things up, but I'm not gonna forget that you have to roll for them.
You should.
But I'm not going to. Roll an alchemy for your True Strike, and then you can roll an alchemy for paralyzing touch. That'll take 3 of your 5 bottles, because then you'll have invisibility, True Strike, and paralyzing touch. Agaragis is going to show up with no memory of what they learned here, but a buttload of potions.
Nice.
True.
What did you learn? I don't know, but you see this potion I made?
See what I got here?
Did I need to roll twice?
You do need to roll twice. Okay. Ooh.
I have not seen them. Hold on. Yeah, that's good. Judge allows it.
Yeah, that's not gonna do it. on the
What do you mean?
On those last 2, that just didn't work. They just fizzle out, and you can tell they're just not right. Because as you try to pour the potions, they just come out all thick and just. You can tell it's just not good. Doesn't ruin your bottle. It just ruined the components.
Can I retry?
Yeah. You want to know what your DC for that is? By the way, just so you know.
Yes, but I also don't know what that means.
What you have to roll.
What you have to roll to get it.
Oh, okay.
So, just so you know. it's gonna be, you gotta at least roll a 30 or higher. Wait, hold on. Why are you giving yourself a -2?
Where?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm just seeing that in your rolls. Let me look at something here real quick, because it looks like you're giving yourself a -2, and I don't know why. And this...
America, explain.
I am confusion. Okay, artisan tools? None, right?
I see a +2, not a negative.
I see a negative. I don't know why. Is it because I'm not... Because... What?
I don't know.
See, it says -2 right next to tool, and it shouldn't be.
Next to what?
Next to tool. I wonder if it's because you don't have any tools, and so it's saying, but you technically do have tools.
Yeah.
So, what we're going to do here, and that's why it dropped it down so hard. Okay, that's why. Because that 31 you rolled earlier should be a much higher.
Oh.
Should be much higher, which is fine. That 26 is still a fail, but I don't think it would be, actually.
You don't get
maybe
to tell
not.
me.
Well, maybe not. Hold on. So from here on out, when you go to roll, when it asks artisan tools, say normal.
Instead of
none. Because
Okay.
what it's doing is it's taking away from your rolls. See what I'm
Okay.
saying?
That's my fault. I told her to click no. 'cause
Well, yeah. Well, normally normally I would have thought so too. But now that I think about it, she's got a whole alchemy table.
yeah, true.
It's not like she's just on the field trying to rub it together and be like, "Here, be healed."
Yeah.
Or a little bit of spit. I do this. I pee on it. There, it's liquid. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like, no. So, I think. So you rolled it. Hold on. Let me make sure that's calculating correctly now. Yes. Okay, so just say normal for your artisan tool, and that'll be great. Like, that's no big deal. I just realized that it's taking away from your tools. But yeah, you have to at least roll a 30 or higher to get it. You still would have failed those last two, I believe, because well, maybe not. Let me see something here. What did you roll on that last one? A 13?
26 on both.
No. What you actually rolled, not with the bonus.
Oh, I have no clue then.
She
you
couldn't
still
begin to
would've
tell
failed.
you.
You would have had a 28 originally. So you would have been close. But you gotta roll at least a 30 or higher. Okay?
Okay.
So that's your DC for this. But now you're not working against yourself with the -2. I was like looking at that like, why is that saying -2 on there? Yeah. So go ahead. I'm not gonna hold that against you. Go ahead and just re-roll those two that you just tried. Okay?
Bet. Yeah.
And just remember to say normal with your artisan tools. Well,
I did worse this time.
You still screwed the pooch.
Darn it. Well, I guess it's not meant to be. I guess Agaricus will just take his invisibility potion.
Well, yeah, something else that I thought about, but I'm not going to say nothing, but I know how you can get out of there now.
Walk through the door?
No, I mean like how you could actually leave the farm and regroup with the rest of everybody. I got to figure it out. I'm going to tell you this because I know you're new, right?
Yeah.
But you haven't thought about a potion of flying, have you?
No. Can I try?
Yeah. All you gotta do is just go and retrieve the components, and yeah. And you know what? I think I am gonna say that, like, it to keep this more balanced. I think I am gonna say, because I hadn't thought about it, and we'll just develop this mechanic now. If you fail on an alchemy deal, it does destroy the bottle.
Oh.
So you've got 2 bottles left. You got one. You technically got 3 bottles, but you got 1 potion of invisibility and 2 bottles to still try with.
Okay.
That way, it's not just something. It doesn't become too OP that way. You know?
Right. Is there something, instead of just flying, is there something that I could summon with the potion that would take me back? Like a familiar or something of some sort?
Well, there's summon monster.
Could I ride that without it hurting me?
Nice.
Could I tame the monster?
Who's a good monster?
Take me back to my friends. Be a good boy.
So, let's see here. I gotta scroll all the way back up here, which is fine. I'm just saying, that's too far. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna make a potion. That.
You could.
No.
Yeah. We're all in this together.
You do that again, and my answer is gonna be no to everything. Yeah, there is a potion of Summon Celestial Griffin.
Does it hurt me?
Celestial is normally good.
That's what I thought, but... Alright, I'm gonna try to make that.
Go for it.
Okay. I'm done.
The bottle just... You got 1 bottle left and a bottle of invisibility. What does alchemy require?
You tell me, I don't know.
No, I mean, like, what is it? Is it dexterity, intelligence, wisdom?
Oh. I think intelligence.
And you haven't been using your mood ring this whole time.
No. I forgot. And I'm too worried. I don't know. I don't want to break the last flask.
Well, they'll come back. They'll come back in a day.
A whole day.
Well, I mean, what are you gonna do with it if you don't? Well, yeah, but it starts from the moment it's
Can I try to use is there like a loose bottle around the room that I can try to use for a potion?
Go ahead and roll me a search.
Yes.
You go rummaging around and really, I mean, you don't, yeah, you don't really find any with with the bottles that you're provided with and the chest of unending components and this and that, and the fact that they've supplied you with the whole alchemy table plus a bed, it's pretty bare. Other than that, like, there's not even any decorations that makes it feel like it's your own. You know what I mean? However, there are shelves and things that you could put stuff on to decorate it up, but other than that, no.
Is there a Tupperware container? I'm joking.
Yeah, you open up your refrigerator and you find a whole lot of nothing. Oh no, I'm lying. You open up your refrigerator and you find a bag of dicks.
Oh,
Nice.
jeez. Sheesh.
He goes, nice.
Yeah,
Yum.
I bet you would.
Yummy.
You know it.
Now it's a parade.
It's almost that time.
Agaricus just cries.
If it were me, Agaricus, just thinking about it, right? What are you going to use that bottle for if not try to at least make that Celestial Griffin at least one more time?
Yep.
Because
All right.
what's the point of having the bottle if it's just going to be empty? So you have an empty
Right.
bottle?
For evidence.
I would use my mood ring, boost my intelligence, put the +4 in my intelligence, and then I would try it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Alright.
So I got my mood ring, which hold on.
Gives you a +4 to your intelligence now, which is, I don't know what that particular mood is called. I should know. I should at least have these memorized, but I mean, I suck at my job. It's probably Eagle Splendor if I had to guess.
Splendor Eagles?
Okay, so
Splenda.
Ah, splendid.
Nice.
Splenda.
Diet Coke with.
One calorie, not evil enough. Still waiting on that heifer with cheese, Julio.
oh, my bad. I was like, I don't know what he wanted.
Yeah. Put the +4 in your intelligence and then just roll that alchemy and see what happens. Because you never know. Having a celestial griffin that you can summon to fly you out of there might be useful. Oh.
No.
Do you have
What'd you roll?
do you
Yeah.
have heroic points?
I don't know.
Does Agargus have any heroic points?
Help.
I don't think so. I don't think I've handed them out in a while. Although,
Yeah, it's been a little while.
although I will say, I'm gonna do something here that I wouldn't normally do because I'm just, you know, I will say that when you escaped Laoshin earlier, you know, that was pretty boss. Would everybody agree with that?
I would agree with that.
I mean,
Agargus took
For a
on
little
a
more
flying dragoon and actually won.
Escaped.
That thing had all the advantage, and they used their head pretty good, right?
By myself.
I would say
Little mushroom held itself.
down at the very bottom with your spore pool, where it says other. And I'm looking at your character sheet now.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Yeah, down there. I would say I would write in, if I were you, heroic points, and give yourself 15 heroic points. And what heroic points can do is you can spend them like currency to boost your rolls, right? So you're at 24 now, so if you give yourself 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, if you give yourself 5 heroic points,
6,
6 heroic, is it 6 or 5?
I think.
24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yeah, 6, my bad. If you take 6 of those heroic points, you'll pass that roll. You see what I'm saying? Is you subtract 6 from that 15, that's the amount of heroic points you'll have left.
9, right?
I guess. I don't know.
I think so. Hit 5,
You just corrected my math,
6.
so you should know, you know.
I don't know math.
Yeah, it should be 9.
Okay.
So you have 9 heroic points that you can use to spend like that. You can use those heroic points for anything combat related. It's combat skill related and combat attacks and stuff and things like this. You know what I'm saying? Just anything, you can use it for just anything like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, I should have given you those heroic points the last session because that was really good how you did that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, as a DM trying to be fair, even though it seems like I'm giving you a lot of allowances right now, to be honest, I'm not. Not really. I should have given those heroic points to you when you did that. Because that was, you know, I didn't think you were gonna win that. That wasn't necessarily a fight you were gonna die in per se, you know what I mean? But I didn't think you were gonna win that. And you did. You used all your abilities to their fullest and you rolled your little heart out, so what's giving you the ability, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's Christmas. So you do manage with your last bottle to brew a potion of summon celestial griffin.
Nice.
This is yeah. So you focus hard and you're like, it's my last bottle. And then the D&D gods smile upon you and you're like, success.
Woo woo.
Oh. And thank you for not being like, well, can I use that on some of those other potions? Because I'll be like, well, how about I just say never mind to the whole thing?
Whoopsie!
Yeah.
That would be kind of humorous.
Yeah. Find out quick that I giveth and taketh away real fast. But yeah, so you got a potion of invisibility, and you've got a potion of summon celestial griffin.
Nice. Okay. Well, with that, I guess I will. I'm a happy camper, so I'll exit my little alchemy lab. But can I try to make sure that there's no one right by the front door?
Yeah.
Okay.
You just look out the window and you realize that the sun has comfortably gone down now, and it doesn't seem like there's anybody out there.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna exit and then try to stay as low to the ground as I can.
Okay. Are you gonna move silently?
Sure.
Okay.
Is that skills?
Anything you want to do before moving silently?
Yeah.
What's that?
1 second.
1 sec. What is that I want to do before moving silently?
Is it Cat's Grace?
Yes, it is Cat's Grace.
Okay.
You can call them by the colors too, if that's gonna be easier. I don't know why it would.
I don't know. My brain, I like read it and was just like, what part do I say of this?
Yeah. It's just the Cat's Grace. Yeah, you just put that +4 in your decks now. You're basically just be bouncing that +4 all around the temporary stuff.
Alright, but. And then move silently is in skills.
Mm-hmm.
$24?
What are these rolls?
I don't know.
No, you rolled an
Mid.
18. 24? No, it's an 18.
What are
Oh,
you
wow.
seeing? I'm getting 24.
You got craft in 24.
Rolling with TV.
Alchemy, move silently, 18.
Yeah, mine says craft alchemy check 24.
Yeah, but you're moving silently, which means move silently check is 18.
Oh! Okay, my bad.
Yeah, you're looking at the wrong one.
I'm just being autistic. Hold on.
So yeah, so you begin moving as quietly as you can, but you notice as you're kind of creeping along the ground, is it me or has the season has the changing of the season come a little sooner than you had thought? You know what I mean? Well, in just this little bit of time, a lot of the leaves have turned brown and have fallen from the trees on this farm. And so as you're crawling on the ground, you're crunching a lot of these dead leaves. They're just like crackers. And it's really affecting how quietly you can move. But it's odd, like to you, Agaragis, which you're not really familiar with the changing of seasons anyways, but there is a slight form of it in the underworld. And to you it just feels like, does it always get this time of the year? Like, you know, the moon's even changing color from the red to the yellow pretty fast, but you don't to be fair, you wouldn't even really acknowledge that as much. You know what I'm saying? It just feels like the season has changed a lot sooner than it should have. You know?
Yeah.
For you in the underworld, it's a change in temperature a lot more than anything, more than any kind of indicator. You know, temperatures fluctuate a lot. That lets you know it's this time, and it's this time, and it's this time, you know? You're getting a sense of that now, and you're just kind of wondering, does the season change as quicker topside, or something not right here? Either way, it's causing a lot of issues for you as you're crunching these dead leaves. But
Okay.
where are you headed to exactly?
I was gonna try to head back to the party.
Okay, well, you do make it off the farm. Regardless of the noise, you do manage to make it off the farm back down to the road where you were supposed to meet your pickup, but they don't seem to be anywhere to be found.
Oh.
You don't know if they just haven't shown up yet, or if you missed them, but there is no one here to pick you up.
Is there like a road to follow, or like a trail?
There is. As you get off the farm, there is a dirt road leading east or west, left or right. I guess if you were facing it, it would be right or left, because I think, well, west is left.
And you said I was going northwest? Southwest?
Southwest. Southwest is, yeah. The city is southwest. But this road isn't necessarily going southwest, it's just going due west from your location.
Oh, Agaricus isn't good with directions. I don't know. Can he, like, try to look around and see if there's, like, any of his, like, footprints or something?
Yeah. You look down and you see you've left some footprints on the road.
From, like, when I was coming there?
You guys flew there, so there wouldn't be any footprints.
Oh. Man, okay.
That trip took probably about an hour and 30 minutes to make flying. It was kind of a long trip to get there.
If I summon the griffin, will it know where to go?
Okay, so realistically, probably not. But, you could roll... You could roll a knowledge to see if you can't kind of remember the direction you came from. It would be a knowledge of geography, which you don't necessarily have, but you can still try it. You know what I mean? You just don't have like a lot of points in it.
Can I try the mood ring, or is that just...
You could put the mood ring on. Yeah, you can always do the mood ring.
Okay.
Excuse me. You know what? I would, yeah, it's gonna be a knowledge of geography. Yeah.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Oh, for 12. Okay. Not the way.
Well, fortunately, that one's not that hard.
Oh.
Yeah. Because flying up there, you know what I'm saying, it would kind of stick in your brain, at least when you first saw the farm, you know what I mean? So you kind of know you came from the south, like you came from, like you're looking out, and even though there is no road necessarily leading up that way, you know what I mean? You know you came in the sky from this direction, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
That much you'd have knowledge of, you know. You don't necessarily know exactly where to go, but you know if I head this way, I'm bound to run into it, because you'll remember the city at least. You've spent enough time there that if you go flying over that city, you're going to be like, that's where I'm from. That's where they are. You know
Okay,
what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, this roll isn't that hard.
Okay, yeah.
I was just rolling to see if you were gonna really whiff it. I was gonna be like, you are just not having a night.
Right.
So you summon the griffin with the potion?
Okay. Riddle me this. Do I just know of the direction I came from?
Yeah, basically.
Okay, I'll just walk. We'll just hike it, man. Yeah.
All right.
You know how far it is?
It's an hour and some change to fly.
That's even farther on foot.
So I'm gonna tell you a story, Agaricus, real fast.
Okay.
A field mouse, he's always lived in front of this hill. You know what I mean? And to a field mouse, that's a mountain. And problem is that for this mouse, this hill is just way too steep. It's got too many rocks and everything. It's like climbing a mountain for this mouse. So one day he asks an eagle or a crow, what's on the other side of this hill? So the crow flies up and he looks and he says, oh man, there's an ocean and I see this city and all sorts of neat things down there. There's people and horses. He says, cool. Then one day he watches as this rabbit who's able to get up and down that hill no problem. He's like, hey, what's on the other side of this hill? So the rabbit runs up there, gets to the top of the hill, looks around, and comes back down, and he goes, a field. Do you get what that story's trying to tell you? I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I'm just gonna tell you this story now. Me personally, I love the idea of you walking.
Yeah.
I like this idea.
He was just gonna look for his like person that was supposed to come to meet him, you know, like maybe they haven't gotten there yet, so
All right. So
he'll meet them halfway.
You're like, oh, it's in that direction, so you just start walking.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you begin walking. And the road goes on and on.
On the road again.
Yeah, you just begin walking into this grass. Off in the distance, you can kind of see this like forest out there of trees, and you just begin heading in that direction. Let's jump over to you, Quill. This is gonna be really interesting, you guys. You, Quill. Your float is taken to through the city to where the city is basically, it stretches out over to the facing of the mountainside that looms over this city. They call it, if I'm not mistaken, they call it Dragon Scale Mountain. Let me make sure that I'm getting that mountain range right, because I know that there is a Dragon Scale Mountain, but I want to make sure that it's our Dragon Scale Mountain. Yes, it is. So they take you over to Dragon Scale Mountain, the facing of Dragon Scale Mountain, and they present the float, and everybody begins to get off the float. There is a pathway leading up the mountainside that has one of those archways over it, like a gateway leading up to the path. And this is Kara, Shin. The whole city is followed. It's followed. Kara, Shin, and Mazaru have accompanied you all, but it's at this gateway that they tell you that they cannot follow. That from here on out, the honor chosen go alone. And it's at this gateway that you feel this like sort of foreboding. It's not anything you have to roll against. It's just a natural feeling, like your warrior instincts kind of have kicked in, and you realize that there's something more to this. There's like an energy here that you've never felt before. But your dragon nature stirs within you. You know, it kind of like in your mind's eye or in your mind, it almost feels like you feel it like an animal that's been resting for so long, and then it finally rolls over. You know what I mean? And you feel it just kind of stir in your mind with anticipation as you're standing at the front of this gateway. And Mazaru says, "Who shall go up the path first? Who shall go into the mouth of the ancients?" You say that as you begin going up the pathway, and when you say that, Kung Po just kind of looks at you as you do that, kind of unceremoniously, no less. You just kind of like when you do that, do you just kind of shrug like, oh, yep, and then you just do it?
Yeah, it's shit. Get off the pot, bro. Let's roll.
Yeah, Kung Po just looks at, he repeats it. He's like, yeah, F it. And he kind of follows behind you, and then Da Fu and then Sun Rong. They, you four just begin marching up this mountain way. And,
People's always live by to let his nut hang. No reason to stop now.
Y'all hike up a ways, and then the mountain becomes very canyon-like as it begins to just loom and fold over the tops of over you guys on either side, and the path becomes very narrow till eventually so narrow that you have to turn sideways to kind of squeeze through. And poor Kung Po, he gets stuck a few times. He's like stuck at one point in time, and he just like holds out a hand. And he's like, "Help me out, brother."
I just chuckle and go like lend him a hand. Like, hey, get it. 2 chickens. 2 fucking chickens, bro.
He's like, you know. You hear Sun Rong behind you guys go, "Somebody get that fat dragoon turd through that crack. You're holding up progress." Go ahead and roll me a strength, you Quill. Just a good old strength check. Nothing real special. Oh my gosh.
Which reminds me while I'm looking at all my shit. I have a bunch of temporary fucking damage on my stats that I'm pretty sure should have died away by now.
Oh yeah. Probably.
I'm taking hits to things, bro. Fix those while we're here. God, don't I?
Yeah.
They go 6 on my charisma, you asshole.
Yeah, so you yeah, so you pull Kung Po right through the crack like no problem. Like you get like a handful of his forearm, and he grabs your forearm, and you just with your other hand you clasp the other side, and you just pull him right through, and he comes squeezing through. He's like, "Oh, bump!" He's like,
it makes that cartoon.
yeah. Boop. He's like, oh. He's like, "Oh, thanks." He goes, "I've been chasing that one for a minute. I didn't even know if it was ever going to come out." So, pretty soon the others squeeze through, and you guys eventually come up to this cave. And the looks like a cave carved out into the mountain, except at the top there's a stone carving of what looks like a dragon's head, and then the mouth face looks like it's been carved to represent its mouth. And you realize that the path you've been on is representing its tongue, as if this entire time you've been marching towards its gullet, waiting to be devoured by it. Its stone eyes look down at all of you, uncaring, not with menace, with indifference, as if to say, there have been others here before you, and there will be others here again. So who are you?
That's sex, don't you know?
Yeah. After, you hear Kung Po just kind of gulp a little bit. He's like, "Wow."
Excited to be home.
Yeah. Sun Rong, he just kind of marches past everyone now, and he's like, "Well, Let's go see which one of us is worthy, huh? And he goes marching into the darkness of the mouth.
Can you go?
Yeah. So you follow behind, and then Dai Fu follows. Kung Po is still just standing there staring at the mouth. And he's not moving at all.
You coming, guy?
Dai Fu puts a hand on your shoulder and he says, "From here on out, you cannot help him. It is forbidden. If he cannot muster up the courage to enter on his own accord, then he doesn't belong here. Leave him. There is no shame in it. There have been many who have never made it past this point."
Nice.
Fair enough. Yuko just shrugs and he's like, "See you in there, bro."
It's like Kung Po doesn't even acknowledge your presence. He's just staring up at the mouth, just up at the eyes still. His eyes are just blank, but he's just like frozen to that spot. You all enter now, and it becomes pitch black in there, like so dark you can't even see your hand in front of your face. And for a moment, you can hear Lord Dai Fu and Sun Rong. You can hear the sound of their footsteps next to you, but eventually their movements die out, and it is like you are alone in here now. You get that feeling of aloneness, not of loneliness, just you just somehow know you're alone now. That somehow you've been all by my you get that feeling that they're just not with you anymore. That somehow you've been separated from them.
Oh,
And you walk in this darkness for a while before you suddenly get that impression that you're not alone. You're not actually alone. That there are others here with you now. Large, powerful. You don't know how you know this. It's just like their very presence. You can just sense it about these things. And you stop dead in your tracks. And torches light up. And sitting before you are 4 dragons. They are... You've never really seen one. Not physically, anyways, right?
Yeah.
They are everything that your imagination could have imagined. Only more. You know? They are they are colossal in size for one. You know? Their wingspan is with it folded up, it seems large, but you get the distinct impression that if their wings were completely unfurled, they might stretch for miles even. I mean, there are 4 of them, like I said. One of them is that majestic crystalline blue with white wispy hair that almost looks like it's frost, and with hints of red crystalline in his scales. One of them looks like he is wreathed in green shadow. It's almost like he's It's almost like he's half physical, half spiritual. He is dark and he is menacing looking. He almost looks fiendish. Another one is looks as if he was like made of stone and brass with red hints of, you can't tell if his scales are actually scales or if it's just glass filled with blood. Another one is all spikes. He just looks like he's nothing but spikes, and he's that brownish tan copper, you know. But his scales look like armor, not like dragon scale armor, like honed armor that you would forge as a blacksmith. And these four sit before you in all their glory. Yeah. And
Yeah. We didn't really live up to the reputation.
and in unison, as if they all speak at once. In your mind, no less. They say, what is it that you seek from us? What is it that you desire? Speak the truth, for we do not suffer liars.
Deeper question I think Yuko was expecting. Know if he has an answer. It's not like he came here necessarily wanting something. Well, he was just a really good errand boy for once.
Well, speak the truth.
I mean, yeah, he's like, can't really say I came for anything from you per se. He just he's trying to think about it. He's like, you know, asked if I would come do this. I was like,
Do what?
sounds legit.
You're cutting out a lot. I'm sorry, bud. I don't know if it's me or if it's you.
I said he's just like, man, I didn't really do this because of, you know, he kind of takes him in for a minute. You guys, necessarily? Or anything? Came here looking for some stuff, and he says, you know, it's not, I don't want to say he's like dumbfounded, but, you know, big ass dragons, you know what I mean? He's like, oh shit, dragons, guys. So he's kind of, you know what I mean? He kind of gets sidetracked here and there. He's like, you know, just came here on some business, and, you know, was talking to a homegirl, and he said something about the thing that you shoot, yeah. And then y'all made y'all's noise, and everybody's like, oh, you're the chosen one. And I was like, huh, who knew? I'm more of a quest to figure out what is even. Honestly. Like, it kind of piqued my curiosity. He's like, does the air quotations, dealing with a dragon, I guess? And he kind of scratches it. He's like, well, Fenrir isn't really, you know, alive. You know, it's a dragon then. He does this little inner monologue thing. He was a dragon then. Now we're kind of, you know, a thing. Will be a thing. Anyways, long story short, you get to the end, you meet dragons. I mean, yeah, that's kind of cool. I've done some shit. This is definitely like top 2 things I've done.
So is that his explanation?
Yeah, pretty much, because like in his mind, it's like, I really, because again, it's Yuko, right? Like he's like, I didn't really come.
Yeah, so
Fuck with y'all. You know what I mean? It's like shit happened, and I was like, man, Yuko, bro.
so as soon as this explanation is done, the one with the blood red scales, you know, he you know, in places he just kind of he speaks now verbally, not inside your mind. He looks at the others and he says, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy and he doesn't even know what he wants. This is a waste of our time, brothers. Kill him and let's be done with it. That's when the crystalline, the blue crystalline one says, now. Let's not do anything too rash. Just because one doesn't know what his destiny is, doesn't mean that he doesn't know that he needs it. Says, do you know who we are?
Dragons basically is the. That's all I've been able to gather to this point. Like, keep it 100. I'm new here, man.
Says yes. Yes, we are. We are the opposite of our kind. How would you explain it? And he asks the one that's all just spikes. Says, I would explain it like I would always explain it. The others were elemental. We are force. And that's when the one with the blood red skills go, oh, that's right. We should just call ourselves Force Dragons, right? Because that's what you can do. So that makes you sound like you're more important than the rest of us. The spike one goes, I mean no offense, brother. And he goes, you never mean offense, brother. That's you, always passive aggressive. And the crystalline one chimes in and goes, shall we not? In front of the guests?
Yuko just chuckles and he's like, he's kind of got his hand up like, I think I follow, but I'm not sure. So let me see if I can wrap my head around what you're trying to say. It's like I knew. No? Him? But again, because the whole friend thing, you know what I mean? It was never. He's not stupid, but he's not the smartest tool in shit, right?
Yeah.
So he's like. Anyways, he was a red dragon. We have I don't know other way to say it. Bonded. He was a red dragon fire. Y'all are not like that? Question.
The blue crystalline one kind of nods and he goes, exactly. You could call us, while we refer to our kin, our cousins as it were, as elemental dragons, we more or less call ourselves ancients. Because we don't use the elements to our advantage. Our gifts are different. It says, I am what you would call a, well, my ability, as you said, the red, he could breathe fire. I can't do that. He thinks about it for a moment. He says, my ability is more or less sonic. If that makes any sense. I create sound waves capable of crushing things. The two that are arguing over there, I guess you would call me a sonic dragon. The other two that are arguing over there, the one, he points to the spikes, he goes, he is called a wind dragon. The other, a force dragon. And the one who has been so quietly observing here is a shadow dragon.
Okay.
Our abilities don't really manifest because of a breath ability. We more or less are capable of utilizing it differently. Mine isn't even a breath attack. It's more like a sonic scream, as it were. It says, you were chosen by our cousin, Fenrir, am I correct? To be sort of his new vessel?
That was kind of the genesis of it, yeah.
Says, well then, welcome, cousin. It has been a long time. And when he says that, you feel the dragon and you stir again, only more, you know what I mean? Excitedly, if anything. You know? So much so that you gotta kind of shake your hands a little bit, you know, kind of shake that off. Because it just makes your whole body kind of tingle with anticipation. Despite yourself.
Yeah.
As you're doing that, he's kind of, you watch as he leans his massive head down and kind of regards you like a snake does its prey, and he goes, there you are. Yes, I guess you are in there. You're here but no more, aren't you? Interesting.
Yeah, Yuko kind of looks at him, he's like, yeah, it's different.
Says, that would be strange to me, to exist without existing. It's like, you feel like you should know, but you don't have any of the memories of it.
Yeah, it's weird for me too.
Says, well, then he turns to the shadow dragon. He says, what do you think? Finally, the shadow dragon just says in a raspy voice, he says, test him. Says, well, I suppose it is time for your test. Says, I want you to know that I am 100% in anticipation of your success.
Sweet. It's like I have a feeling the room's kind of split. He says it with kind of like a wry grin, you know, like, you know what I mean? It's you, Cobra. You know.
Yeah. Says, well, I need you to relax. This might feel a little funny.
Fair enough.
And when he says that, you instantly feel a connection to all four of these dragons. It's like your spirits are bonding with one another. And they are 100% infecting your every being. Now they say in unison again, will you let us in? Will you let us in? You must let us in. Give yourself over to us willingly. For if we have to do this by force, it will tear you asunder.
Fine, do it. People's just like, I hate giving in. Fucking do it.
When that happens, you find yourself being held up in the air, right? You're back in the church, the forgotten church, and you're being held up by your throat by Eli Cunning.
Take us back now.
And he's got you. Yeah, he's got you in that moment. That one moment in time, in a long time, that you actually felt fear. Because you realized that you were facing an opponent who was, well, you're better, you know, or at least somebody who you could truly acknowledge as your better. You know what I mean? Somebody who not only acted like he was your better, but proved it to you. You know? I mean, completely just whooped you up and down when you tried to face him and then held you suspended by your throat. And you felt that fear. And despite it, you feel that fear now because it's almost like here you are, you know, helpless. The one thing that you have never wanted to be, helpless. Unable to affect the situation around you. And you feel the spirit of the ancients as the four circle around you. And they say, why did you feel fear? Why are you afraid? Was there nothing you could do here? Was he truly your equal? Nay, you're better? And they expect an answer.
Now you got me trying to fucking remember.
It was that fight with Eli Cunning, and he just whooped you.
I mean, again, like, I don't know how to say it where it's not like, I mean, it's you cool. Like, I don't think at any time he feels what's the word?
It's the one fear that I know that Uquill has, is the idea of helplessness.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It's like in that moment, it was like he let a little bit of weakness get in, and it's one of those he's not proud of moments, and he's just like, he's trying to, you know, be like, man, I can't say for sure if he was my better. It's like on that moment, I must have done something wrong, pissed off the right person, karma, something. But nothing went right like it should have. And he's like, yeah.
Why does that matter? They say to you. Why does that matter to you? What is the word I'm looking for? Why does that matter to you? Why is defeat the worst thing?
It goes against basically everything that I've become.
And what are you? What have you become?
I think for the first time ever, he's going to say something semi like not cockily, but not even you know what I mean, like without the arrogance and cockiness.
Yeah,
but like
he's actually like opening up.
Yeah, he's like, man. He's like, I guess. He even like hesitates for a moment to even say it. He's like almost like a champion of good. Like he's kind of coming to realization of all the things that he's done and like why it does bother him to lose, because in defeat it means he's not achieving what he wants to do, which is I don't want to say be a good person per se, but like the good he wants to do in his homeland and other places, just by like eliminating the bullshit that he doesn't, that he never liked or still doesn't like and shit like that. So he's like, you know what I mean? But he's like to lose means to not be able to do that. He's like, and that's not something I accept. He's like, I cannot and will not lose.
When you say this, you see an image of the one with the red scales, and he appears, but he doesn't appear in like the colossal form. He almost looks like just he's humanoid now in like dragoon form, but he's almost like spirit, and he says he's holding back. I withdraw. And he fades out, and you hear them all, the remaining three, speak in unison. That is one of four. Do not lose us all, or you will have failed. They say to you, why do you not accept why do you not accept the truth? You say that you don't, what is the word I'm looking for? How am I looking to say this? You say that you can't accept defeat because defeat means you cannot do the good in which you are trying to achieve. But you yourself won't even admit to being good.
To be fair.
Why do you hold back? And then
hold back as like in being good?
Why do you deny that you're good? And now you find yourself no longer being held up, but you find yourself with Coralon Larethian. I mean, it's not Coralon Larethian, but it's Coralon Larethian.
Mm-hmm.
And it's when you first met him, and you said, if the money's right, I'll shake like a coconut in a tree.
Yeah, right.
And Coralon Larethian says, "Oh, I got a memory like a trap." And Coralon Larethian says, "Oh, don't you know that you are worth so much more?" And it's when he says that they say, "Why do you hold back and deny yourself? What is it that you seek from us?"
Yeah, Yuko's kind of stumped. He's like, yeah, he doesn't see himself as like a traditional good guy. So that one actually puzzles him. Like, Android's more in the vein of the traditional good guy in like Yuko's eyes, right? Even though he's had his like, whatever, like small moments. Like he doesn't like see that as like, oh, he's, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Uquil's willingness to bend rules and do what's necessary sometimes is why he does it. Almost that like anti-hero mystique, you know what I mean? Like, he'll go that extra mile even if it means kind of ignoring a rule or bending it if he needs to. I don't know, that's a hard one for me.
So does Batman. They don't say that. They don't say that.
Yeah, but Uquil's just puzzled. He's like, I don't. He's like, I'm just not a good guy in the traditional sense. He's like, I just do what needs to be done. He's like, I don't ask for the mystique of a good person. He's like, it's just, there's the what needs to be done, and I go do it. It's like the, what's the word? Whether it's deemed good or bad is relative to the people it's happening to. But he's like, certain injustices, he's like, I'll do what it takes, no matter what, to make sure it's handled. He's like, so I guess by default, that makes me good guy-ish, but he's like, I don't.
Android. So you said something about you were thinking about Android because you're working that out in your head. So you are presented with an image of Android. And they say, what makes him good?
His general, I don't even know if willingness is the right word, but it's the only thing I'm getting right now. To try to seek a outcome that's favorable and doesn't always lead to negatives coming from it. Where I'm more of a wrecking ball that will take anything and everything out to get the job done. He'll sometimes finding maybe better ways. Even Uquil's like, yeah, sometimes better ways of doing shit. He's like, that's just not something I'm great at.
They ask you, words mean more than actions to you?
It's not the words, it's his ability to see a big picture and be able to find his way to get to it. And
as you're saying that, when you say he sees a big picture, you see the shadow dragon now appear before you in his spirit form, and he says, he doesn't see beyond the moment. He can't see beyond the moment. I am out. And he vanishes. So you have now lost 2 of the 4. And they take you now. And they, as that's happening, you get an image of Android here lately. And how perhaps and I'm not gonna say this is Uquil's fault, right? Or anything. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't, but it's just something that Uquil has seen, maybe just not noticed, right? But Android's change in personality here lately. Here lately, he seems a little bit more somber, maybe a little bit more unsure, as if something has changed. You know? Mm-hmm. And they just show you that image because they can see it. They don't necessarily know, but they can see it. And then they take you to that moment when Honey was tied to a stake and she was going to be sacrificed. And they say, the final two, they say, why did you save her?
I mean, if he's being honest, he didn't see it as right, and I don't want to say he had necessarily an emotional connection, but he knew her, you know, and it was just like, a lot of it was, I don't want to say his doing, but he had
that.
He had a hand.
Right? Yeah, you say that, right? Like you say, because it was just right. I mean, I didn't really feel an emotional connection to her. It was just right. You know what I mean? Like, the way, you know what I mean? Like, that's that whole, because that whole situation, you saw her the night before she disappeared, too. And you even said during that, I'm going a little meta, but you even said it during that you felt like you, Quill, should go over and stop her from going with those people, but you're like, nah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that plays into you kind of felt like she was there because of you, like you said just now, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you say that, they go, aha. They say you did it because it was right. So you do know the difference.
I mean, relatively
It's
speaking.
It's not just objective. You chose to save her. And they motion to Android's frozen form over there, you know, from it's not so much a memory as much as it's just kind of a picture, you know what I mean? You're kind of watching a film reel of your life, you know what I mean? And they say he had no influence in it. You did it.
Fair enough.
Say, do you understand? Do you see? Who
It's like,
are you?
Fuck it, he's gonna boast. He's like, I'm Uquil, totem of Fenrir, chosen by Saint Cuthbert, friends of Corallanra Lotrethian. It's like, I am who I am. It's like, my his words, not mine, but I guess it's about as true as it gets. I am the new retribution.
And when that retribution falls, who shall it fall on, Uquil? Who will that retribution defend?
He's like, all that deserve it and all those who need it.
You feel the dragon and you kind of stir for a moment. It says, when the answer to power comes, and then he stops. Says, will you recognize it? Do you know the difference? But they don't give you time to answer that. You're suddenly back within the chamber. They said, you maintain 2 of the 4. That is good enough. So said, "You shall move on to the next round. Congratulations." And then the blue crystalline says, "I am Chronipsis, first and last son of the ancients." Then the shadow dragon says, "I am Falazur, first and last of the ancients." And he bows deeply to you. The one with the blood red scales says, "I am Garrix, first and last of the ancients." And he bows deeply to you as well. And then the last one, the spiky one, says, "I am Lo, first and last of the ancients." And he bows before you. So it is now, going back to this fight over here, it is Mr. Blossom's turn. Do I still have Android and Zoltan with me here?
You have Android at least.
Zoltan.
Did my banter hold your attention a little bit?
Yeah.
I had to do it that way. Everything needs a climax. Yeah, so it's Mr.
Remind me I need to ask the dragon something.
Oh, you will. You'll get your chance. So it is Mr. Blossom's turn, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Blossom is being grappled by your Icewind elemental form, correct?
Grappled?
Yeah, so you've got him just completely...
Correct.
You've got him grappled, right? Oh, lordy. Gonna make me have to look at something here. Which, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Boom, boom, boom. Ooh. Let me see what this does real quick.
Everything and nothing.
Yeah. Everything but nothing. Well, if it does what I think it's gonna do, it'll fix this at least. It'll fix this one problem that he's in.
His conundrum.
Yeah, well, you know. Oh, okay, so it's just, let me check something real quick. I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, yeah, so, cool. Alright, so he, you've got him in a hold, right? You've got him just grappled.
See?
And he's just like, oh. And he looks up over his shoulder at the top of the warehouse, and he just instantly teleports out of your hand and appears on top of the warehouse. Says, huh. Says, well, far be it from me to not know when I'm beat. And he pulls out a little scarf and wipes the blood from his lips. He says, next time I won't take you so lightly. now that I see what you can do, if we ever have to face each other again, I won't give you a chance to deploy such tactics. I don't lose twice. And he...
Bleed my own blood.
Yeah, nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Nobody. And he looks off into the distance somewhere, like towards town, because you can kind of see the edge of town, you know what I mean? And by this time, the sun has gone down. And you guys can hear, it's just now dawning on you that you can hear this, like, festival going on. You know what I mean? And, he just looks off in the distance of the town, and he teleports again, just, and he's gone.
What a bitch.
How dare him not stand and let me kill him?
Exactly.
So
How dare
Hey,
you?
here, catch these fucking hands.
he ran away?
Yeah,
Yep.
he ran away.
What?
What?
I'm gonna say Zoltan is pissed off at the moment now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty annoying.
yeah, and
This
as that's happening too, Lao D freaking smacks you with his sword, Zoltan, and he goes, whatever it is that you're doing, turn it off. If I take one more bit of damage from whatever it is you're doing, I'm gonna chop you in half myself and grind you up and feed you as snow cones to the children.
Y'all have snow cones here?
He's like, when you say that, he smacks you again. Only this time he hits you with like the bladed edge and actually chips into, like, tries to like chip into
Whoa.
your arm. He's like, turn
That's
it
all right.
off.
Zoltan turns it off.
He's like, and he kind of like sits around for a minute, and he like stomps over to the warehouse for a minute and just sits there just breathing heavily. You see him like get down and sit like crisscrossed applesauce and begin to like meditate. He just drops his sword to the side, just like flings it, just sits there just heaving. He just sits there quietly for a moment. While this is going on, what is Android and Zoltan doing?
Zoltan is gonna go move bodies against the mountain face.
He's like, well, back to work, guys.
What a gangster.
Got shit I gotta do
He's
today.
pissed off at the moment. He's mad that he found a opponent that was, strong enough to fight, and they run away.
Put it all that smoke.
He's no Prince Bahak true, but
Bruh. why you gotta bring up bullshit, dog?
To be fair, that dude did spank the entire party in your guys' first encounter.
That motherfucker came out and said hinge for everybody.
he said,
You
silly
get a
rabbit, tricks.
Yeah.
You shot that arrow at him, and he just snapped it and went, huh.
Yeah.
He looked at it too. He was like, that's a thunderstone. Archaic. And boom, deafened the whole party.
I was kind of
He
pissed
said,
about that.
how archaic. Boom. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. That was so bad that I remember my doc had to like use obscuring mist to blind him so everybody could escape. He's like, run! And nobody could hear. He just takes off running, not realizing that nobody could hear a thing he just said to them. Oh, that was great. That was great.
Much.
Yeah, what is Android doing?
Yeah, I guess Andric kind of comes out from behind his boxes or barrels or whatever the fuck he's hiding behind, you know, and just rejoins them and is like, well, that could have gone better, I'm sure.
As you're saying this, finally, Loudie just kind of, you hear this like breath, and he's like, I'm sorry about my attitude, or my actions just now. Because there are some of us who can control the frenzy a little bit better. He goes, I am not one of them. And he reaches over and grabs his sword and straps it back to his back.
Oh, word.
Says, yes, because I am not naturally an aggressive person. When I allow it to take me over, it has a very adverse effect on me. He's watching Zoltan carry the bodies over to the mountain face, just looking completely dejected. He goes, you think he's upset with me?
Oh, no. No. I'm sure he's just a little cranky that we got our asses handed to us a little bit.
Said, well, but we still won, because we aren't the ones running, and we still walk away with the bartering materials for the crown.
True, but we left an assassin on our ass.
Said, well, perhaps and perhaps not. Mr. Bloom is not one to be trifled with, to be sure, but if Boss Kappa finds out we actually made one of his top assassins run, well, one of two things will happen. Either he'll come at us full force next time, or we'll get an invitation from him. Well, or we'll get an invitation from him just so he can come at us full force.
Fair enough.
He walks over to Zoltan and begins helping him move the bodies. He's like, so sorry, friend. I didn't mean to hit you all those times.
You're all good.
So after a little bit of stacking up the bodies and everything, he looks at you and he goes, so you can really have the mountains swallow these?
Yeah.
Says, oh. Are you gonna do it, or am I not supposed to watch?
I don't care.
He says, I know you're upset that Mr. Bloom got away, but it's still a victory.
Yeah.
Says, and besides, if you had killed Mr. Bloom, I don't think Boss Kappa would be happy. And the last thing we want to do is cause a war with the underbelly.
Okay. Yeah.
So, with that, I guess, when you cause the mountain to, when you shape the stone and everything over these dead bodies, what does that look like exactly? Like, what does Zoltan do exactly to make that happen exactly?
It puts the spans on the walls. he speaks the special words of naturism, and he just buries the bodies and then bows his head and then walks away.
So the like the stone just kind of opens up and then just folds over the bodies and sucks them in.
Yeah. Just swallows them. Just
Yeah. Loudy kind of shivers a little bit, like, oh. He's like, that is horrifying that you can do that. He looks at Ange right now and he goes, so, what next?
Well, now that we have our bargaining chips, we go see the old crone, correct? Or should we go check on Agaricus first?
He goes, well, yeah, Garrigus should have been back by now. Yeah. I suppose we should go to the palace, the Forgotten Palace, and speak with them.
Yeah,
They
let's
should
go
be
and
there.
try
My
and find Agaricus.
my men were supposed to go over there and get them forever ago.
Oh, I got a bad feeling.
So you
Why
guys,
would you ever do that?
You guys go walking back into town and you realize that you've made it to the tail end of some kind of ceremony. Lao D instantly recognizes it and he goes, oh, the float went through here already. He goes, I wonder if you Quill was on it.
I'm sure. It's you, Quill, after all.
Said yes, well it'll be it'd be a shame if he wasn't. He goes, but if he's not, if he wasn't, he'll be back at the Forgotten Palace too. Maybe we'll bump into him as well. So you guys go walking off to the somber sounds of the tuna battle playing in the background.
Oh no!
I'm gonna start penalizing you for when you did
I
not
know.
say to pick it up. I'm only reminding you this time. This is gonna be like one of the last times, though.
I'm gonna run back and get it. No, fuck my tuna battle.
Yeah.
You must forget. I went so long without it.
What's funny is that you don't even remember the function that you can just call it to you and it'll come back to you.
Well, I mean, I do that sometimes, but I mean, whatever. Fucking walk, I got legs.
Yeah. You're like, oh,
Like, since you're being such a bitch.
you go right back and get it and come back. As you get it back too, and you're bringing it back, Loudy looks at you and goes, "What is that exactly, anyways?"
With this?
Yes.
It's just some kind of lucky charm, I guess. It summons a sort of spectral servant that I can only see, and will play music that I request. Whether that be show tunes or songs that I know that perform magic.
So, says yeah, what a nifty little device, I suppose.
Certainly nifty.
As you guys are walking past the stage, you see the players up there cleaning up and everything, and Drek Danger looks over at you, Android, and he goes, "Hey, you just missed your boy. He's on that float headed up that way."
How do you look?
What do you mean? How, like,
Like, how's he holding up?
oh, I mean, he was enjoying himself. We talked for a little bit. You know, he hops down off the stage and comes walking up to you and he goes, I get the distinct impression that you guys don't really know who the quest givers are. You don't know about the legalities of what you're doing here.
Oh. You mean like that shit Juxta was talking about?
He goes, oh, you met Juxta the Slayer.
Yeah. He kind of gave us some sort of rundown about it, but we just haven't been back.
He goes, that's right. You and I have talked about that before. Yeah. He goes, that's right. It was you I talked to about that. That's why he looked so confused when I mentioned it to him. I didn't talk to him about it. I knew I had talked to one of you about it. He goes, well, I gave him a card, and he just manifests a card out of nowhere like a magician as well. Just, you know, simple parlor trick type thing. And he goes, here, one for you two.
Well, I suppose 2 references couldn't hurt.
He goes, well, in case he's going through a lot, in case he loses mine, you've got one.
Well, okay.
Yeah, as you look at the card, it says the players on it. He goes, that's us, the players. Continental Pass Adventurers. We kind of do what you guys do, but we have the permission.
Permission, you say? At that, Andric kind of raises an eyebrow.
He goes, yeah, we're certified by Gol Omerin, the quest giver himself. Nice guy. Heck of a drinker. Even better card player. Still, heck of a drinker.
Andric kind of grumbles a little bit, and he's like, well, I work under the jurisdiction of Coralon Arethia.
He says, that's what your buddy said. He goes, and that's neat and everything, but that's not quite how it works.
Says you?
No. Not me. He goes, it's like I was telling him. The quest givers kind of showed up a few years back. Legend has it was because of something, he says, something you guys did after you disappeared. Something you did just before you vanished. And these quest givers just showed up and kind of put jurisdiction on adventurers looking to go and make a difference in the world. It's kind of a little thing that ensures that we don't, to understand it the way it was explained to me, to make sure we don't accidentally crack mountains or something like that. We don't cause like avalanches and whatnot or something like that. Yeah. Something about, you know, walking around causing gateways to the abyss to open up so demons can pour through, and such, blowing places up and causing avalanches and mountains and all kinds of things. And
I feel like we're catching heat for things we didn't necessarily do.
Sounds like bureaucracy to me.
he goes, well, maybe. He goes, maybe. I mean, look, man, I just follow the correct channels. That's what I told. This is what I'm telling you, as I told your buddy. You know, just when you get back to White Sword, or wherever it is you're from, High Forest, or Black Flail, or, well, you know, someplace. I assume you're from one of the nations, right?
White Sword.
He goes, okay, White Sword. When you get back to White Sword, just have your people connect my people, and we'll take you over there, and we'll introduce you to the quest givers. I mean, shoot, you guys are the inglorious few. It's not like they're gonna not jump at the opportunity to represent you. You'll probably even get a continental pass for just being who you are.
Okay. Well, I'll save it. I won't give you no heartache about this, but I think the perception of who is sponsoring who is a little mixed.
Goes, look, I don't know how it works, personally. All right? Don't misunderstand me. I don't even really know who these quest givers are, or who even started them. They're terribly mysterious. He goes, all I know is that one day they just showed up. And this guy, known as the innkeeper, just started gathering us all up, working for somebody or something. And, just started kind of, working, deciding who goes where. Not all adventurers get to go everywhere. That's what I'm saying. That's why we got a continental pass. We get to go to every continent and handle things. This what we're doing here for the Jingzhou, this is just our side gig. We're not. Apparently, you guys are here on some kind of official business, right? Correct? You guys are actually doing some adventuring, right? All I'm saying is, if you need some backup, we'll still be here till the end of the festival, so look us up if you want some help. That's all I'm saying. We're official, so if any kind of if there are any issues with the quest givers, we can say, well, but we're certified, so we jumped at the opportunity to work with some legendary adventurers, man. You guys are kind of like the founding fathers of this.
Which is why, and again, I'm not trying to get you an earful about this. I know this has nothing to do with you, but that's precisely why I have a problem with all of this.
Well,
It's official business. Who tells me what's official?
So, well, yeah.
But again, that's not your fault. I'll have a word with these quest givers.
It's all the same, I would at least look them up. They're not, like I said, they're not bad.
Well, absolutely. There's money to be made.
Yeah.
But I will not be barred.
He goes, all right.
That's what I'm saying.
He says, all right, well, no need to get all True Grit on my ass now. He says, all right, well, like I said, we're still in town if you need some help. We're capable. I know we look like a bunch of musicians, but he points over to the strong woman over there holding the cannon on her arm. He goes, but that one? Yeah, that one can pick people up by their feet and shake their whole head off their shoulders. He goes, and that's not a metaphor. I seen her do it. She picked up a goblin, one of the blood riders. Shook him silly. Took his whole head off his shoulders. So I don't know if you know who the Blood Riders are, but they're kind of a big deal in the wilds. What's left of it.
The wilds.
He goes, yeah, we've done a few things there. Not my cup of tea, so we usually pass up on the. He goes, but that Juxta that you were talking about earlier, yeah, he loves killing blood riders all day. He's a hobgoblin, Used to be one of them, from what I understand.
Interesting.
Yeah, he ain't got a continental pass like we do, though. He is strictly just a one continent guy.
Well, thank you for this card.
This is no problem. We're in town, It'd be an honor to work by the side of the fabled Inglorious Few.
If I come across something that I feel like would suit the specific purpose, I'll let you know. And you do a good job, I might even pay you for it.
He says, oh, that would be something. He said, let's just call it, an opportunity to work with the Inglorious Few, and you can pay me in reputation. Because I don't want to get into the messy expenses of hourly rates and things like that.
I leave that for my liaison. If we're on the job, I just give you whatever I think's fair. But okay.
When you say
Whatever.
liaison, he goes, says, okay then. He says, well, we're cleaning up. We got a gig to do later on tonight at the Forgotten Palace, but yep, maybe we'll see you there.
Cool, man.
And he goes strutting off. Cloudy's like, you run in some strange circles.
Absolutely.
Says, you guys are kind of important where you come from.
You can say that.
So when you told me your history, I didn't realize the entire the gravity of it all. But here you are in a completely foreign land, and you still have people here who have heard of it. But I always thought that band was strange.
Bro, you out there on the Mr. Worldwide?
Yeah, they're definitely strange.
Mr. Worldwide. I'm
You
still
like
laughing
that?
at that.
Yeah.
I'm still
Well, I said I did. Dude, I was muted too. I said
don't-
that shit a hot second ago.
I don't know why, but the second he said that song Timber just started playing in my head.
It's got Pitbull in it.
Yeah, I'm yelling Timber. Anyways.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
Yeah, as soon as you said, yeah, like kind of a big deal or whatever, and like I'm like, bro, that's what spurred my train of thought into that. And I was like, bro, we worldwide. Like, oh shit, I'm over here stealing quotes like Pog, and I don't even mean to.
So you guys walk back to the Forgotten Palace.
Oh.
And there's people there, Again, now that the whole procession has ended and everything, people have gone back to just celebrating the Jingzhu. The town is full. People are having a good time. You get up to the Forgotten Palace, and you don't see a Garrigus anywhere, but you do come across the men who were pulling the dragoon who were pulling the rickshaws earlier. And by this point in time, they're all drunk, playing mahjong with each other. And Lao Di walks up to them and says, "Where is the little one that I had instructed you guys to pick up?" And they look at you three, and they say, "Oh, they weren't there." The second he says that, Lao Di looks over his shoulder at both you, Android, and Zoltan, kind of critically. "What do you mean they weren't there? We showed up at the time to pick them up. We even waited, and they never showed. So we came back so we didn't miss the float, the festival, the float of the festival. The festival float.
Yes.
Maldi says, "Are you sure? They are quite small. Maybe you missed them." "Yes, I'm sure. We had enough time to get in a couple of games of Mahjong while waiting for them. They never showed." Maldi says, "You're playing your hand wrong." And he walks over to he walks up to you guys again, and he says, "I don't know if you heard that or not, but it appears that Agaragis has vanished."
Wonderful.
"Are they known for doing this frequently?"
You could say that.
"So perhaps they weren't captured then, and being tortured to death at the farm."
I hope not. I would hope not, but part of the reason why I agreed to set Agaricus up to this task is because they are quite slippery.
So, by your estimation, what do you think could have happened to them?
Really kinda hard to say. He kinda scratches his head and closes his eyes and thinks for a minute. He says, "It could be any number of things, and it could be from any number of levels of absurdity, right down to being the simplest thing. They could have got distracted by a butterfly and wondered where it was going." But I don't know. It's hard to say. They're probably still pretty close to the farm, though, I would have to say, because I mean, they are pretty good about wanting to do as they're told anyway. Wanting to complete a task, I think. Kind of scratches his head again. He's like, I really can't say, but I should think if we take a look near and around the farm, that should suffice.
As well, it is dark now. Now we won't have any chance of finding them without. Because if they are captured, maybe we could sneak up on the farm, and by cover of night, we might have a chance of of actually getting in there. He goes, but if they're just wandering around, the wilderness of the Dragoon Shogunate, the wilderness in general is kind of a dangerous place. So I hope that they're not just wandering around aimlessly in the wilderness.
Well, if they left the farm, that's probably exactly what they're doing.
Because then we have no chance of finding them tonight. He goes, perhaps. He goes, we have two options. We can go back to the farm and see if we can't sneak on there and get them. Or we can wait till morning and see if see if we can't track them. Assuming that they escaped the farm. Assuming that they're not actually at the farm anymore. And if we're going to do that, then we might as well go talk to the crone.
Android kind of...
I do honestly feel like we're not getting anywhere in our investigation, and we have till tomorrow to stop this assassination attempt.
Andric kind of takes off his hat and sighs and wipes his forehead, and he's like, yeah, Let's go talk to the old crone then.
It's very well. He looks at you, Zoltan, and he goes, "What do you think?" Or did we lose Zoltan?
I'm
he just
still
takes forever.
here.
Oh,
Yeah, he just takes forever to unmute his phone.
See,
takes him a moment to register.
sorry.
No, you're all right.
No, like he's Discord fucking minimizes out, and then he's got to go through the whole process of opening it up and shit.
Oh yeah.
I say we go visit the crone.
He says, "Very well then.
Oh yeah, where are we at?
We're at the Forgotten Palace."
Can Zoltan take out his little eyepiece thing and just start looking around in it because he wants to see?
Sure.
Yay!
You begin doing that, Zoltan. And I want you to roll me a spot check.
Oh, yay!
That'll do her. You begin looking around, and you see the wisp of something move away.
Oh,
Yeah, like into the actual palace. It faintly reminds you of what you saw of the silver cord, only it's not a silver cord. It looks like the cloaked figure with the tail and the wisps coming off of it. You see it. You remove the crystal for a moment and realize you can't see it with the naked eye, but when you put the crystal against your eye, you see it move into the palace.
oh my lord! Can I hand it to Android and tell him to look at it?
Oh. Android takes it and takes a look at it.
So Android, you're looking at it, but the figure has moved into the palace by now, but you can see the trail that it has left behind. There is a silvery substance that has been left behind in this thing's wake.
Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean.
It glows with like a silver blue light, less.
That's the stuff that I saw that was controlling Chumi and the other woman.
And the other one.
Not Ling Ling.
Loudy's just like, what's going on?
Android kind of shows him, I guess. And he's like, he says this is the same substance he saw when Chumi and Ling Ling were being marionetted, so probably best that we go after it.
Loudy agrees. He's like, to the 9 hells with the old crone. Let's follow this trail.
Yay!
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
You guys follow the trail into the palace, and it takes you past into where your guys' bedrooms are, and it actually leads right into Zoltan's room.
Oh, well, damn. She dead.
Oh, fuck.
So, do you guys go into the room? By any chance? Just out of curiosity.
Well, yeah.
It's a bloodbath! A massacre! No, you go in there and you see Chumi.
There was a firefight!
There was a
Bro,
Yes.
bro, when your dad is talking about that, bro, I was dying.
No, there's not a you guys go in there and Chumi's laying on the bed, but her eyes are like wide open and she's like laying there looking just terrified as if she's staring at something that only she can see. But it's not true. Who's holding the crystal looking right now?
I'm gonna say I gave it back to Zoltan after I showed Loudy.
Okay. So Zoltan, are you looking through the crystal?
Yes.
You see this. What you see is a figure hovering above Chumi. You can't really make, you can see that it is a dragoon and it's cloaked in some kind of like, well, a cloak, you know what I mean? But its features are unrecognizable. It's almost like it's just completely cloaked in like a fiery shadow as it's hovering above her. It looks almost as if it's like about to like, it looks like it's about to hurt her, but it's just hovering above her menacingly as if it's about to cast some kind of spell. Its eyes are glowing with like an eerie, ethereal light. You know, it's not fire. It's almost like it's ember, but there's no heat to it. It's just a glow. You know, almost like it's a spirit of a sort as it hovers above her. And it says, "Don't worry, child. It will only be over. It will only hurt for a minute." As it raises its hand, you see a light start coming from it, as if it's about to do something to her. And if nobody's gonna do anything, I guess it kills her.
Oh,
Zoltan's
no.
looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say hey there.
Say what?
I'm gonna say hey there and try to distract it.
Oh, hey there.
Yep.
You say that and its hand clutches the energy, just, and it looks over at you and it says, "You can see."
No, I'm just blind.
It holds its hand out at you and fires a bolt of energy right in your direction.
Damn.
God. Fuck. Well, there goes Zoltan. He's fucking dead.
Maybe not. We'll see.
Done dude.
Oh, well, no, it hits you with the energy, for sure. It's magic.
Love you, Ken.
For 44 points of damage.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're back to, what was your health at? 114, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 114. Take your health back because you guys are no longer getting any of the buffs from the tune or the anything. So for 44 points, yeah, you feel that. I'm gonna need you to roll a fortitude.
Yeah. He's so fucking dead.
Well, okay, no, you're good. It hits you right in your chest and you slide back a little bit, but it doesn't take you completely off your feet, but like it boom, and it feels like you just got like double drop kicked, just, you know, squaw in your chest. And the figure goes out the window, just leaving the trail behind it. Just right out the window as quickly as possible. Android and Loudy, when the energy hits Zoltan, you can see the energy, you just can't see where it came from. I'm like, Android and Loudy, like I'm talking to myself now for some weird reason. But Android, you can see the energy as it explodes against Zoltan's chest and knocks him up against the wall, but doesn't take him off his feet. Zoltan, that causes a little bit of blood to just out your mouth, and then the figure goes out the window. Zoltan, you watch as it escapes, leaving a trail behind it. Chumi is all right. Whatever was about to happen, whatever was about to happen to her, you prevented.
What a lad. No, I'm just dying.
Yeah. Yeah. Is Agarigus still with us?
Yeah, sounding promising.
Nah, she's out.
Agarigus went out.
Yeah.
Agarigus is out. Okay.
I just asked her and I got no response.
That's fine. I suppose this is where we can
She
probably...
made it to midnight, so...
Yeah. I suppose this is probably where we could actually end the session tonight. I think everybody's kind of getting tired.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Enough fairs?
In the fairs. In the fairs.
In the trenches.
Yeah. Yeah, but that slammed you up against the wall, and that is where we're going to end it, with this mysterious figure now. Now you see what it... Now you've actually got a face to go with the things you've seen. Zoltan.
Yay!
Yeah, and I suppose I should have pointed out before, you can't tell what kind of dragoon this is. You don't know if it's one of like the brown scale ones or the charcoal gray ones with the red, the black ones with the green, or the crystalline blue. You can't tell. It is completely wrapped within this like glowing ethereal light. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it just it saw you and then rocked you and then took off.
I'm gonna need a good ass nap after this. I'm gonna need to sleep for a minute. I get kissed for con. I know. First, I get smacked with the freaking rose petal. Then I get kissed.
This is cherry blossom, but
Cherry blossom.
Yeah.
Potato, potato. I get smacked. I get
wasn't gonna
smacked
say
like a
anything.
magical flower.
Yeah.
it's a leaf.
Then you get open mouth kiss that damages
Yeah.
your pawn.
And then he teleports away. What a bum.
Boy, you
Just
are salty about that.
I am.
He wouldn't have liked Prince Behad True.
No, he wouldn't have.
Mm-mm.
That dude was a big dick.
Time the tables were finally turning, this man said, I'm good. I'm gonna get out your hair real
Fuck
quick.
this shit, I'm out.
To be fair,
Ah!
did
His
the
attack
tables
was-
actually turn? I mean, you actually whole-handedly grappled him, and he was able to escape that. I mean,
You know what?
did the
He
tables
said,
turn?
"Fuck this."
The
Yeah,
tables
or
were
did he-
turning.
Did he just say,
So you know what? I was gonna stone shape him into the freaking thing alive. That was my whole plan, was gonna stone shape him into the mountain, and I wouldn't cared about the bodies.
That'd have been pretty metal.
That would have been metal. Had you pulled that off, that would have been pretty solid. Even I wouldn't have been able to be like, oh. I'd have been like, oh, that's pretty hardcore, man. Yeah. Well, So let me do this outro, I suppose. Good night, everybody. No, I want to thank the audience out there, everybody who's listening to us play some D&D. I want to thank them old school gamers for playing yet another session. And yeah, if y'all like what we do here, feel free to like, share, and subscribe. I mean it from the bottom of my heart and soul when I say that I love y'all. And y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Adios.